I call this regular meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 7 p.m. on June 2nd, 2022. Board members, district staff members, and members of the audience, you are free to join me in standing as Vincent Gonzalez from the North Dallas Church provides a message, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Guillermo Ramos, and the Pledge to the Texas flag, led by Randy Shackman.
Lord of wisdom, we pray that you will bless this meeting. Help us to have deep yet productive discussions that will broaden our perspective. Help us to take the various ideas presented and think of ways to flesh them out. If we do disagree, let it be on the content and not on personality, conflicts, or power. Help us to resolve any disputes gracefully. Help us to be creative problem solvers and demonstrate great unity of spirit. Help us to find principles that we all can agree on and put these into action. We pray for our newly elected leadership and thank you for the dedication and hard work of those who have served us faithfully these years. We pray that you would bless them for their hard work, skillfulness, and integrity of mind. And also, Father God, we ask that you would be with the families of those who've lost loved ones recently in Uvalde, Texas. We pray that you would comfort these families in their hour of healing, grant them strength in their hour of need, and hope in their hour of distress. Let them know that school boards all across this land stand with them in comfort through prayer. Pray also for protection over our children, teachers, and leaders of CFB ISD. As your word promises to those who seek you, no weapon formed against us will prosper. And also, we wait upon you, Lord, knowing that you shall renew our strength. We will mount up with wings like eagles. We shall run and not be weary. We shall walk and not grow faint. We ask also that you bless the future generations of young minds whom we are called to educate. Prepare them for the days ahead, days of prosperity and not harm, days of peace in the midst of a storm. They might not walk in fear of what they do not see, but that they might see you, the author, the perfecter, the finisher of our faith. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. Ramos, and thank you, Mr. Shackman, for leading us in the pledges. Welcome, everyone. It's so great to see standing room only audience here in the boardroom tonight. We have a lot to celebrate tonight, and we have made it through another school year. We graduated, I think, just over 1,700 students on Saturday. We watched every one of them walk across the stage, and it was a lovely, lovely day. So thank you for being here to join with us tonight. As a district, we dedicate all our efforts and resources to our goal of high expectations for all. The board uses this goal to guide all deliberations, decisions, and actions. You will get to see all deliberations, decisions, and actions of the board in open session, with the exception of some items which may be discussed in a closed session as stipulated under the Texas Government Code Section 551, commonly known as the Open Meetings Law. These items typically deal with personnel matters, consultation with our attorney, and real estate. For the record, the board members present are Tara Arbachik, Sally Derrick, Randy Shackman, Guillermo Ramos, Cassandra Hatfield, Carolyn Benavides, and myself, Les Black. We constitute a quorum and may conduct business on behalf of the district. Before moving to the next agenda item, I'd like to remind you that the board will accept comments from citizens of the district and from district employees. Anyone wishing to speak either as an individual or as a representative of a group may do so during agenda item number 5, audience for guests. Please submit your request to do so on one of the forms provided on the table just outside the boardroom door. You may place the completed form in the box provided on that same table or present your completed form to Administrative Assistant Kim Castagnon. When the board addresses agenda item number 5, audience for guests, you will be invited to the podium to speak to the board. Okay, so we will move to agenda item 2A, which is recognition of our outgoing board members.
Yes, sir. At this time, we're gonna recognize two fine individuals that have been exceptional in CFB ISD, where they every day took their priority as being children. Children were their number one priority in CFB, and as you know, board members do this as a volunteer basis. And I just want to thank both of you from the bottom of my heart for all that you've done in CFB. But you know, even more importantly, thank you for giving me a chance and believing in me, and I'm grateful for that. And so I can't thank you enough. I just hope God blesses you tenfold for the work that you've done in this district and will continue to do so. So thank you very much, and what an honor to recognize both of you tonight.
And as Dr. Chapman said tonight, we want to gratefully acknowledge the dedicated service of these two outgoing CFB ISD board members. Thank you to Mr. Guillermo Ramos for serving on the CFB Board of Trustees from 2015 to 2022. Thank you for your devotion and support and service to our staff and our children. Also, we want to thank Randy Shackman for serving on the CFB Board of Trustees from 2013 to 2022. Thank you for your devotion, service, and support to our staff and to our children.
Say a few words.
Thank you. I'm going to make it real short and sweet. Thank you to all the board members, the administration, Dr. Chapman. I can't tell you how much of an honor and a pleasure it's been to be on the school board. It has been a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of time away from my family. And I want to appreciate and I want to thank my wife, my parents, my nieces, my sister, my brother-in-law. There's been a lot of times that I've been able to do events, certain parties, certain gatherings, because of our commitment to the school board. I know Randy's done the same thing. And so I just want to take this time also to tell them and tell them I love them and I appreciate the sacrifices they have made.
It's been an honor. It's been a lot of work. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you to all of you. God bless incoming trustees, colleagues. Appreciate you. Keep up the good work. May God continue to bless. Great state of Texas, but especially see you.
I want to, excuse me, I want to personally say thank you to both these gentlemen for their 16 years of combined service to this district. Mr. Shackman, Randy, you've always been a model of preparation and engagement, and I think that serves as a model moving forward for future board members and current board members who are still on the board. You were always present. I don't think I've ever attended a district event since you've been on the board, either as an employee or a board member myself, where I haven't seen you there as well. You know, I want to point out again, as Dr. Chapman said, this is volunteer work, and it takes a lot of time, and your commitment to this district has always been absolutely clear. Guillermo, thank you for your 7 years. You've been just a consistent advocate for all of the students of CFB ISD, and you've bravely broken barriers, I think, in this district in a way that are going to benefit kids for generations and generations to come. And I just hold you in such high regard and have such deep respect for you. And So I'm sad to see both you gentlemen leave the board, and I hope that I'll continue to that we'll continue to see each other outside of board service and maintain a warm friendship as the years go by. So, board members, anyone have anything they'd like to say at this point? Ms. Benavides.
Yes, Randy, thank you so much for your leadership, for showing me the way. You know, your friendship is just, I can't put into words, but you and Ruth have been awesome. Thank you so much. And Guillermo, thank you for the change that you brought to our district that was much needed. Thank you for remembering the children and our people in our community. Thank you for your service.
Yeah. Mr. Bocek.
Thank you both. I can't say anything else or I'll cry. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And this is it's always tough to say goodbye, but it's always nice that we get to say hello to new board members and welcome new people to the team. So it's that time that we would move to agenda item 2B, which is swearing in our newly elected board members. In accordance with the votes cast at the trustee general election held on May 7th, 2022, Ileana Garza Rojas, Kim Brady, and Tara Urbachik, being the candidates with the highest votes, have each been elected to serve a 3-year term on the Board of Trustees. Carolyn Benavides, as an unopposed candidate for the 1-year unexpired term, has been declared the winner and will serve the remaining year. Each has been issued a certificate of election, has completed the required statement of officer. The Honorable Ron Marchant is present tonight to administer the oath of office. Mr. Marchant and Ms. Garza Rojas, will you please come to the front of the room? Brady, will you please come to the front of the room? Ms. Urbacek, would you please come to the front of the room? Ms. Benavides, will you come to the front of the room, please? Congratulations to our new and our returning board members. That's right. At this time, we will proceed to agenda item number 3, which is board reorganization. Under board policy BDAA legal and BDAA local, the board is to organize by selecting a president, vice president, and secretary. Dr. Chapman, I will turn this portion of the meeting over to you.
Yes, sir. Now at this time, we open up the floor for the position of President of the Board of Trustees. Under Robert's rule, no second is required. Are there any nominees for Board President from the floor? Yes, Ms. Derrick.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Les Black, please, for president.
Okay. We have a nomination for Les Black. Do we have any other nominees? Okay. All those in favor of Les Black being president of the Board of Trustees, please raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Congratulations, Dr. Black.
Thank you. All right, so we will now move to the board vice president. I now open the floor for nominations to the position of vice president of the Board of Trustees. As Dr. Chapman said, under Robert's Rules of Order, no second is required for nominations. Are there any nominations for board vice president from the floor? Ms. Benavides?
I nominate Sally
Okay, we have a nomination of Sally Derrick for Vice President. Are there any other nominations to be made? Ms. Brady.
I'd like to nominate Cassandra Hatfield.
Okay, we have a nomination for Cassandra Hatfield and a nomination for Sally Derrick. Are there any further nominations? Okay. Well, I guess now each nominee has 3 minutes to express why she should be vice president. So in the order of nominations, I'll turn to Ms. Derrick first.
Thank you for the nomination. I have enjoyed serving as vice president and would like to continue to do so. I don't know that I have anything else to add, but I appreciate your support.
Okay. Ms. Hatfield.
Thank you for the nomination. I have done 1 year of service and fully believe that we have an awesome board, and I'll leave it up to the board to decide. I don't really have much to say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hatfield. All those in favor of nominee Sally Derrick for Board Vice President, please indicate by raising your hand. I see 6 in favor. All those in favor of nominee Cassandra Hatfield for Board Vice President, please show by raising your hand. 1 vote in favor. By a vote of 6 to 1, Sally Derrick is the Board Vice President. Will serve as Board Vice President. Okay. I now open the floor for nominations to the position of Secretary of the Board of Trustees. Again, under Robert's Rules of Order, no second is required for nominations. Are there any nominations for Secretary from the floor? Yes, Ms. Benavides.
I nominate Cassandra Hatfield for Secretary.
Okay. We have a nomination for Cassandra Hatfield for Board Secretary. Is there another nomination from the floor? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor of Cassandra Hatfield for Secretary, please show by raising your hand. I see 7 votes in favor and 0 against. So Cassandra Hatfield will serve as our new Board Secretary. Congratulations. Okay, we can move on to item 4 of our agenda, which is the fun part, special presentations and recognitions. Items 4A, Teacher of the Year Award, 4B, recognitions, and 4C, district announcements. So, Ms. Parnell, I will turn it over to you.
Good evening, Dr. Black, Dr. Chapman, and members of the board. Tonight we have several recognitions, and before we introduce our students and staff, first we want to turn your attention to the beautiful artwork that's been provided by Turner High School students. We appreciate their sharing their creativity and talents with us tonight. So first, under student recognitions, we want to congratulate Mackenzie Davis. She is a Creekview High School senior who placed 2nd at the state track meet for discus and 6th place for shot put. Mackenzie will attend Texas Tech University in the fall on a track and field scholarship. Congratulations. Next, congratulations to Anaya Bigham. She is a Newman Smith High School junior who is the 2022 5A state track and field champion in the 100 meter and 200 meter competitions. She also received the bronze medal in 400 meters. Congratulations. Next, we want to recognize our Teachers of the Year. In May, the district hosted the Teacher of the Year banquet where we honored the 37 campus Teachers of the Year. We were pleased to recognize each of these outstanding educators and announce the district elementary and the district secondary Teachers of the Year. These 2 exceptional educators will now move forward to compete in the Region 10 competition. Congratulations to our elementary Teacher of the Year. This is Nicole Linscomb from Rainwater Elementary. Congratulations to our secondary teacher of the year, Carly Bannister from R.L. Turner High School. Finally, tonight we have a special presentation from Cindy Castillo with the Council of PTAs, and I'll ask Ms. Castillo to please come forward, and then following this presentation, she will give her PTA report.
Thank you. Tonight we'd like to present to the district and to the board a plaque to honor all of the past presidents of the Council PTA, CFB ISD Council PTA. This plaque will be installed in the administration building and at least lists each of our past presidents, starting with our founder president, Mrs. Jack Schechter, in 1959. Thank you. Good evening. I'm here tonight to give you a brief by the numbers recap of the 2021 school year for Council PTA. This year we had 14 volunteer members serve on the board from 11 different campuses. Our membership in the district this year is up to 6,013 members. Only the second time in over 10 years we've been over 6,000 members. 28 of our 36 PTAs in CFB are reporting an increase in membership. And all 36 of our PTAs have achieved active status and good standing with Texas PTA. This year we've awarded $5,000 in CFB senior scholarships. We've also awarded $4,000 to the local CFB PTAs in program grants, $1,500 in technology grants, and $1,250 in training grants. This year we had 17 champions of PTA who have joined either all 36 PTAs in our district or joined feeder pattern PTAs. In addition to this year, during our Reflections program, we sent 23 entries to the state, with 16 of those winning the state level awards, 3 moving on to nationals, and 1 receiving the national level award. We have hosted 2 ceremonies, 5 delegate meetings, and have had outstanding attendance at all. This year we hosted our first Harlem Wizards game that engaged our entire CFB community. And this spring, we elected our 35th Council PTA President, Pooja Shah. Thank you to everyone who made all of this happen. Success takes a village. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Castillo. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all that the PTA does for our kids and for us. Dr. Chapman, we skipped district announcements. Let's go back.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. We have several new administrators that we would like to recognize tonight. And the first one is our Director of Fine Arts, Dr. Robert Rower. He's coming to us from Louisville. Next, we have our Director of Transportation, Mark Heel. I don't know if I saw him in here earlier. Okay. Hope he's still coming to CFB. Next, we have Jason Barnett. He is our new principal at Las Colinas Elementary. Thompson Elementary, Jamie Foster. And our Chief of Strategic Initiatives, Maggie Della Rosa. We're so welcome. We're so excited to have you and welcome on our team. So thank you so much. Next, on June 7th, we're going to have a listening session on safety and security. Again, what we're going to do is we want to open up a forum to hear from our community. We will not be providing any question and answer. We're listening, and at this point, as you may have heard, Governor Abbott has tasked districts as well as he calls it a legislative session force that's going to be making further recommendations in the coming month, and therefore we're waiting to see what those are before we start to redefine and or edit our current plans. But in this room on Tuesday, June 7th, we will have a listening session on safety and security. That's all my announcements.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chapman. I think we have a full house, and I know some of you have come here to see family members and friends be recognized. And before we move into sort of the nuts and bolts and the nitty-gritty of the meeting, I think maybe we should take a 3-minute break and allow people to make graceful exits if they so choose, and then we will come back and take up with our audience for guests. So board members, don't go far. We'll just take a quick 3-minute break. We are adjourned at 7:32 p.m. and we'll be back at 7:35.
We're gonna make a break for it, okay?
Go for it.
The mic is placed where they can see their timer. Because I think last time when Larry was speaking, oh, good. Because last time he was just. Cassandra, can you get Kim's attention? Who else are we missing over there? This meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees is called back to order at 7:36 p.m. The next item on our agenda is number 5, audience for guests. Ms. Castagnone, you've passed me a folder. Are there any more to add to this? Okay. Before we begin, I'll remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling audience for guests. Anyone interested to speak in person during audience for guests must sign in and list the topic they want to discuss. Each speaker will be allowed to speak once during audience for guests. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board, dictated by Board Policy BED Local, and you'll see a timer on the screens above your head. Because the board wants to hear from as many of you as possible while also keeping the meeting running efficiently, groups of more than 5 people who want to present a particular viewpoint on a topic should appoint one person to speak on behalf of the group. Please remember that the board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda for this meeting. Last, we ask that you not discuss students who are not your own child. Again, the timer will be shown on the screen in front of you, and you will begin to tick down when you arrive at the microphone to speak. Your presentation is limited to 3 minutes. So we will start with Chloe Clark.
Good evening. My name is Chloe Clark, and I am a special education teacher at La Vita Elementary. I teach our students receiving fundamentals, learning lab, and in-class support. Today, I'd like to speak with you all regarding special education staffing, specifically in our dyslexia, behavior resource, and fundamentals departments. While I am aware that there has been movement in adding positions to these departments, I am not privy to the specific allocations. I would like to paint a picture for you as to what the last year has looked like in the world of special education, so that both parents and school board members may gain insight on where these new positions could best be put to use. I am a fundamentals, learning lab, and in-class support teacher. We currently have 2 fundamentals teachers and 1 paraprofessional for our school. This year, we saw an incredible spike in the number of referrals and students entering our programs. With this spike in our caseload came increased demand not only in our paperwork, but in our day-to-day schedule. For roughly half of the second semester, I did not receive a conference period. This means I had no time during the school day to plan high-quality instruction, attend PLC meetings, or work on the ever-increasing amount of ARD paperwork assigned to me. As most of you know, I was contractually obligated to have a conference period. While this is true, there was no practical way for me to make that happen. I had to make a choice. Would I meet my legal and moral obligation to my students by meeting their special education minutes, or would I value my contractual obligation to have a conference period? If you know me, you know that this choice is very easy. Clearly, I would put my students first and ensure that all of their special education services were met with fidelity. Why was I forced to make this decision, though? Why was I leaving each day feeling like I had just run a marathon and was not allowed a moment to catch my breath? The answer is clear. It's insufficient staffing. We simply had too many students spread across all grade levels and not enough staffing to meet the needs of the students and the teachers involved. This is not a personal lament, but rather an example of how short staffing practically impacts our students and teachers on a day-to-day basis. Frankly, many special education teachers feel that they're drowning. Short staffing directly correlates with lower quality instructions and burnt-out teachers. In order to maintain the highest quality instruction possible and well-being of your special education teachers, I implore you to please consider providing more staff to our fundamentals, behavior resource, and dyslexia departments. It's the district's obligation to ensure that our schools are provided with the staff required to meet the needs of its students and the contractual requirements of its educators. Additionally, the sooner that these needs can be addressed, the higher quality educators you will find teaching in your classrooms. If there is no major change, I promise you that you will see stagnation in student growth and continued teacher burnout. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Our next speaker is Alicia Shah-Savari. Did I get your name correct?
Perfect.
Okay, good.
Thank you. All right, kind of short. All right, so I heard Dr. Chapman's recent announcement about the 2,000 SPED stipend and asked for clarification from my BRS team to see if BRS and behavior interventionists were included. I was told that we are not included, and that really hurt to hear. This year, Dr. West sat in our BRS meeting and wanted to better understand what our job entails, as well as hear any concerns we have regarding our duties. But it stopped there. We never heard from anyone after that, and it wasn't until we reached out to the board did we get some form of acknowledgement, which also brought us here today. And it's our summer break, but we're here at the board meeting advocating for ourselves and convincing you all that we are worth more than the bare minimum. So I believe now is a great opportunity for our higher admin to really advocate for us and include us in this 2000 SPED stipend. As a BRS, my duties are very taxing at CFB. I am an evaluator, social and behavioral assessments, art committee member, hours of paperwork, and weekly art prep, behavior crisis interventionist, responding to behaviors on the scene when called by any teacher, parent, staff, teacher trainer, and direct service provider for students, social emotional behavior skill groups. I have a heavy caseload of an average of 50 kids per year, and I go back and forth between 2 campuses. I also help to mentor new hires, teachers and or BRS, and have even filled in the gaps when needed due to shortages across our district with zero compensation. I enjoy what I do and enjoy helping those in need. It's in my nature to help and care. However, I have a background in psychology. I'm a certified SPED and ESL teacher and a master's in special education with a specialty in autism spectrum disorders. I have 10 years of experience in education, the last 8 years in special education. I have experience in clinical health as well and have worked hard to build up my levels of experience. And if that doesn't qualify me for a 2000 stipend, then I'm disheartened to hear that our system is working against us. To my understanding, we make teacher pay and sign the same contracts as teachers. BRS are very qualified and come from all different backgrounds of mental health, behavioral, and teaching fields. Some are even overqualified. We also take part in school activities and duties assigned to us by our campuses. We give our soul to our BRS position, and to say we are burnt out would be an understatement. When we go home, we're emotionally unavailable and it affects our personal lives. That's how much of ourselves we give to make sure everyone else is taken care of first. And here we are, not asking for a substantial amount of pay increase, but for some funds that should already be budgeted into our BRS salaries. So please do all that you can to advocate for BRS to grant us this stipend. I'm a proud member of CFB and I want to continue to work in this district. However, I'm constantly offered positions in the same or related fields with much higher pay, benefits, and support. And under these recent
Ms.
circumstances,
Chasavari, I'm very, very sorry. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How to do it. Thank you.
Our third speaker is Amanda Perez.
I am writing in response to the message from Dr. Chapman regarding a teacher stipend as well as a special ed teacher stipend. To my understanding, the behavior resource specialists are not included in this stipend. My name is Amanda Perez, and I've been a CFB employee for 11 years. I started with my student teaching and continued to teach the applied academics class at Vivian Field for 4 years, where through our campus behavior resource specialist and now lead BRS, Michelle Westerfield, I learned how to develop meaningful relationships with students, how to be kind and supportive, but still hold high expectations, how to bounce back and regroup when things get tough. I then became the BRS at Ted Cook Middle School in 2015, where the next 5 years I continued to expend my work, and then moved on to the high school at Newman Smith, where I currently serve as the BRS. We met with Dana West, and the biggest concern that was voiced was the fact that we are often disregarded as not only teachers, but as professionals, and it only appears that concern was not heard or taken into consideration. On each of our campuses, we are the sole specialist responsible for assisting and supporting students when some of the highest needs, yet when recognition of teacher or even special education teacher hard work and sacrifices are made, we are told that does not include us. We are continuously fighting to be seen as professionals in our field while advocating for the best interests of students when they are not able to do so for themselves, only to be pushed further and further aside. It is very discouraging to continuously be told, you are not one of us, but in the same breath being told, but we really need your help, as though our contribution and sacrifices are minimal. We fulfill many of the same roles as teachers do by helping the campus's needs, such as cafeteria duty, hallway duty, morning duty, and sometimes even tutorials. In a time when campuses are struggling to find sub-coverage, teachers are compensated to give up their planning time to jump in. However, a BRS who does not have a conference or a PD can step in to act as a teacher of record while juggling the responsibilities of BRS, only to be told they cannot be compensated because they do not have a roster and teams. Teachers have built-in schedules for planning, PD, and lunch. However, it is often interrupted by other needs. A BRS, however, is expected to create their own schedule to allow time for doing observations, preparing and attending ARDS, collecting data, writing assessments, and attending meetings and PD sessions. But don't forget to eat lunch. We must write progress reports, attend discipline committee meetings, facilitate Strike 3 conferences, make sure everyone is in class, but don't forget to take a restroom break. We make sure everyone is on task, being respectful, on time, and using appropriate coping skills. But don't forget to practice self-care. Sound reasonable? Don't forget that a crisis cannot be scheduled. If the student is punching in walls, the observation must wait. If a student is throwing objects and a room clear is needed, progress reports must wait. If a student is expressing thoughts or actions of self-harm, lunch must wait. On any given day, we step in front of our teacher colleagues to support them, and when necessary, take a few hits to protect them. When everyone else is out of options and there's nowhere else for students to be safe, they stay with us, even if that means sitting in front of a door until the end of the day, just to ensure that they stay safe.
I'm sorry, Ms. Perez, your time has expired, but thank you. Thank you for speaking. Our next speaker is David Ray.
Hello, my name is David Ray. I'm honored to be the BRS over at Vivian Field Middle School going into my 4th year. My history with Carrollton-Farmers branch ISD goes way back farther than that. I went to McCoy, Blaylock, and Newman Smith. I wrote down some of the teachers here that have affected the way I teach. Stacy Hunt is here. I didn't even know she was going to be here. Sandy Foster was my art teacher at Blaylock. Mr. Fracchia taught me history at Newman Smith, but the number one was Miss Mollering. She was my orchestra teacher at Blaylock. She was so firm and so loving in the same mix, and that's what I do with my kids at my school. And all means all in public education. Any student that shows up, we have to find a way to educate that child. Some of the behaviors, and I don't say this to shock you or anything like that, but some of the behaviors that I've experienced, and I know my other BRSs have experienced this year. I followed a student who we thought had brought a weapon to school down Dennis Lane, down Valley View, and into the woods back there to make sure that that student was safe. I've been bit this year, spit on. I had a student throw feces at me. And our BRSs, it's not just me. We are the ones on your campus that you can count on to stand in the way, to stay calm and de-escalate that student. We have the same credentials as any of your teachers on your campus. We have to be certified teachers. Most of us have our master's degree. And I come on behalf of the other BRSs and also our behavior interventionists to ask to consider us for that stipend. I hope it was an oversight, and we can move on from there. And that's what I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. All right, our final speaker is Ms. Leanne Parker.
Hello, I'm Leanne Parker. I am the Behavior Resource Specialist at Polk Middle School. I just completed my first year here in the district, and it has been a wild year. I've enjoyed my time so much. But today I am also here to advocate for behavior resource specialists and behavior interventionists to be included in the stipend. What we do on a daily basis is we interact and work with all students across campus, specifically our special education students. We are right there in the classroom alongside all the teachers. We are there for small group pullout. We are there when a student is in crisis. We're there to educate teachers. And we also sign a teacher contract every single year to work in this position. We all love what we do. We are so passionate about what we do. And so today, all of us are here to advocate for ourselves, advocate for our fellow colleagues who are also in this position to be paid and compensated for the very important work we do. We educate our students in emotional and social behaviors so that they can go into the academic classroom setting and learn effectively there. And we would love for you to consider compensating us for all that very hard, nitty-gritty work we do. Because as I mentioned, and as you've heard, we love what we do. We serve our students in huge capacities here, and we would just love to have that recognition as teacher, as educator, along with our other special education colleagues. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. And thank you to all of our speakers who came here to share your voice and your input with us tonight. We do appreciate hearing from the community and from our employees, so thank you. We will move now to agenda item number 6, which are our non-action items for discussion. 6A is our Student Health Advisory Committee report, our SHAC report as we call it. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Leek, our Director of Health, Sandra Leek.
Dr. Black and Dr. Chapman and board. I have the privilege this evening to introduce Gwen Perkins. She will be presenting the School Health Advisory Council's report and recommendations.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gwen Perkins. I'm a member of Mary Immaculate Church and 3 graduates from the Carrollton-Farmers branch, CFB ISD. As part of the SHAC, which is the Student Health Advisory Council, we're a group of individuals representing segments of the community, staff members, religious individuals, parents, just a conglomeration of everything. And we advise the CFB Board of Trustees on school health programs and the impact to student lives and training, and also learning. Part of the 8 component models of SHAC, which represents the Student Health Advisory Council, are health and nutritional education, healthy and safe school environment, counseling and mental health services, staff wellness promotion, parent and community involvement, as well as physical and health education. Part of the SHAC structure is creating and implementing age-appropriate sequential health programs, as well as early intervention and preventive strategies that the local families and community staff hold can support. Throughout the year, during the meetings from September to May, we had several presentations from school district staff, individuals presented safety and wellness presentations. We learned about the first aid, as well as a presentation from a local fire representative. Part of the reason we're here tonight is to present the year-end recommendations to the board, and we'd like your consideration for the following. There are 12, and I will go through them. First one, based on the makeup of student population and specific needs identified in the community, SHAC recommends the adoption of the Goodhart Wilcox health curriculum for the core health curriculum for high school students in CIFB. Basically, it falls under the health and education component. Second would be the recommendation that the board consider the adoption of an additional evidence-based supplement with an opt-in for material that specifically addresses sexual orientation, gender identity, LGBTQA+, and comprehensive instructions on contraception and STD prevention, which also falls under health education. In addition, these were 2 new recommendations. The other 10 were previously presented in the prior year. That would be students receive a minimum of 90 minutes of physical activity a week with a physical ed specialist, then 135 minutes with state mandate comes through CATCH, structured recess, which is also under physical health education. Second would be no elementary class should exceed the state recommended ratio of 45 to 1 with 2 certified physical ed teachers present and a physical ed trainer or aide, which also fall under physical ed. Third would be make health class at a secondary level a priority to provide continued education for all students in the area of tobacco, drugs, bullying, alcohol, character building, parenting programs, and other programs which address at-risk behaviors, which also falls under health education. 4, make physical activity a priority for all students, teachers, and CIFBSD teacher employees, which also falls under health education and staff wellness programs. 5, make CPR training a priority for 5th and 8th graders in the upcoming school year, which also falls under health and education. 6, educate staff on mental health trends and offer parents opportunities to learn more during organized functions, which falls under the family and engagement and community involvement. 7, increase counselor staffing at all campuses to address increased mental health needs, which falls under counseling, psychological, and social services. 8, continue evening counseling connection center services for staff, students, and families, which falls under the counseling, psychological, and social services. Number 9, continue to provide nurses at each campus to provide safe care and promote quality outcomes as recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics and National Association of School Nurses, Texas School Nurses Organization, which falls under health services. 10, to continue offering wellness programs and opportunities for the staff, which falls under staff and wellness promotion. 11 would be to communicate in Spanish to enable a wider audience of parents to increase family engagement and community involvement, which falls under family engagement and community involvement. And finally, number 12, to continue to offer the telehealth consultants for physical and behavioral health and students to their families, which also falls under the health and counseling, psychological, and social services. Representing Dr. Chin and then Sandra Lee, that's our recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Board members, do you have questions? Ms. Derrick?
I have just a few comments. As the board member that sat on the SHAC as an ad hoc member, I want to applaud the committee's work for all of the research they did and discussion. And this was a lot of work this year with the new state legislative updates. And this group did not take that task lightly. So I applaud the efforts. Just for clarification for the public, the textbook that was recommended by the SHAC is the only textbook that TEA said was a fully approved textbook. There were other textbooks out there, but those were not TEA approved. And the benefit that the SHAC felt to that selection was that we knew that everything within that book would meet all of the different TEKs for education, that it checked all the boxes that we needed. So I appreciated that explanation, because it did sound at first like, what do you mean there's only one book? But I understand where y'all were coming from with that recommendation. So that is a little bit of background on that. I also appreciate that the committee was willing to discuss past the textbook, because it didn't include everything, and the committee discussed that at length and very much had a discussion back and forth about what they felt like should be included as an opt-in, because new state legislative guidelines say that all of this material is opt-in, and I appreciate the recommendation that y'all have made tonight with additional opt-in materials that I guess the group can now go back and look for to bring back to the board. So just comments tonight, and thank you for all of y'all's hard work, because this was not an easy task this year.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Boccic.
Is there any way we can get a list of those recommendations? I tried to write as fast as I could, but I'm sure I missed words. Can we
Yes,
get a list
absolutely.
sent to us so that we can have those? Okay, thank you. And
Thank you.
thanks for the work by the SHAC.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking that. It's okay. Any other questions? Ms. Benavides.
Yes, thank you for that. That's quite a bit, covers a lot. On the fifth grade recommendation, I didn't write fast either. What was that? Can you review that? It was maybe halfway through a fifth grade recommendation of, is it on the
Fifth.
list? Was it CPR?
Oh, the fifth and the eighth
Yeah,
grade,
okay.
CPR for fifth and eighth graders. Yes.
Continued recommendation
Yes,
for those?
that
Okay.
was from the
Wonderful.
previous year, and just to continue that work.
Absolutely, thank you. On the drug and alcohol and at-risk behaviors, is that included in this book, or is that a different training, or?
I believe it is addressed in this book, and I think that in previous years, we had recommended that be addressed as well.
Okay, and then also the support for the staff that you spoke of. Can you explain that a little bit? Or is it surely not in the textbook, but it's a
Right.
recommendation
That's
for the
just
staff?
for staff wellness activities, and just that those continue. And I believe those are being completed year by year.
And then lastly, the mental social services, is that the telehealth that you're talking about?
There is behavioral telehealth, and also the counseling services that are completed at the ESDC, the Counseling Connection Center, and so that is in progress as well. So the SHAC wanted to advise the board to just continue with that work.
And then I didn't hear anything mentioned about our special needs community, the children. Is that a part of the textbook, or do they have different services?
I believe they have different services.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much both for the report, and thank you for the work you've done.
Thank you.
We will turn to agenda item 6B, which is an update on our advanced academics. So Ms. Carroll, Stacy Carroll, our Executive Director of Advanced Academic Services is here. This is the Ms. Carroll who was mentioned earlier as a favorite teacher too, right?
Yes, I did speak that it just depends what name I'm. Bass, I was a student K through 12. Hunt, I was at Smith, and Carroll, I was at Creekview, and now here. So I'm a lifelonger in CFB. So we do have a handout that was provided for you as well of our presentation. All right, if I can find the right button. Where am I going to hit my? Because with an audience, I can't work technology, so I apologize. Good evening, Dr. Chapman, Board President Dr. Black, and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to have some time this evening to share an advanced academics update with you. According to the State Plan of Texas, a gifted and talented student is a child or a youth who performs at or shows the potential for performing at a remarkably high level of accomplishment when compared to others of the same age, experience, or environment, and who exhibit high performance capability in an intellectual, creative, David was an example of creative, as we can see, or artistic area, possesses an unusual capacity for leadership, or excels in a specific academic field. While most U.S. districts are only able to focus on the academic achievements of students, I'm proud to say that CFB spends a lot of time and energy with their fine arts academies and with other opportunities for students to explore and to extend their advanced learning in all areas of learning, in specials and in academics as well. Currently in CFB, we have two service models to support our GT students. We have cluster grouping and we have school within a school model. So 90% of our ACE students, and we are transitioning our verbiage from ACE to advanced learners. So you'll hear that transition as we're moving into next year. Our are served at their home campuses, and this is at the elementary level. So most of the cluster grouping, or most of the elementary campuses, GT students are served through cluster grouping. So with cluster grouping, I'm sorry, I'm trying to move my notes down. Okay, got it, sorry. Through cluster grouping, identified students are assigned in a classroom with a teacher who has gained training in order to help GT students reach their highest potential, to have rigorous teaching, and to extend on the learning that's happening at the grade level. These students will take the on-level STAAR, okay? We also have, every CFB elementary campus does offer this program, but we also have a school within a school program. And a school within a school program, in this service model, GT students are placed in content area courses with only GT students, while they spend lunch, recess, specials at the elementary level with other mixed ability students. At Landry, we have the STEAM GT Academy, and that is an academy that is taught on grade level with elementary students in a homogeneous situation, so they're with GT students only. They then are able to have more of a challenge, increased rigor in their coursework, because being in a classroom with other GT students, most of the time the ability gap is much smaller. Therefore, they're able to move through the at grade level curriculum much quicker. Therefore, it allows them to have those extensions and take that time to go deeper into curriculum. The added benefit of the STEAM Academy for our students, again, is the fact that they are able to have a situation where they're with students that think like them and that are on the same ability level with them, but are still working towards opportunities for rigor. At McCoy and Perry, we have our highly gifted LEAP students. They receive instruction at grade level for reading. The difference with this is they have advanced reading selections that are appropriate for their grade level. We know that that's something that's very difficult when we have our students that are reading above grade level, to make sure that they have appropriate reading selections. So that's what they work on at the reading level with LEAP. Then we have science and math, which is 2 years above grade level. We try to say that LEAP is kind of a prescriptive. It's whereas our ACE and our advanced learning program is an opportunity for learners. We can give them those opportunities, see if they can handle it, move them forward, add that rigor. LEAP is really a program for students that have special needs. The regular classroom cannot support the need for them, and so we have that program that's available to them. LEAP students take the grade level STAAR for reading. However, they take the test that's appropriate for their 2 years above in their math and science. In middle school, students in the GT identification program, depending on if they are ELA identified or math identified, they will be placed in a cluster group for math, or they'll receive it's a humanities program where they have GT classes in ELA and social studies. At the high school level, we can serve our GT students both through GT ELA classes, and then we have our AP classes, and we have our UT on-ramps classes. So the State of Texas plan adopted in 2019 states, as part of our accountability standards, the population of gifted and talented services programs should closely reflect the population of the total district and or campus. So courts have interpreted this to mean that the percentage of GTID should be 10% or more of your total campus population. And the ethnicity of your GT campus population should mirror your campus population within 5 percentage points of variance with your total population campus norms. Our biggest celebration in CFB as of today is that we have 3,230 students identified as gifted or advanced learners in our program, and that is 11.72. So our teachers and our campuses are doing a wonderful job of offering opportunities for students to receive challenge and rigor in the classroom. So we're really proud that we are exceeding the state expectations in this work. Here we can see the progress that CFB is making to achieve equitable identification. On the top left, you will see the current district enrollment by ethnicity. Next to that, you will see the GT identification by ethnicity across the district. Dr. Todd Kettler, PhD from Baylor University, stated, in Texas, only 20% of GT programs approach the state guidelines for diversity and equity. And even those 20% meet diversity standards only because they are largely culturally homogeneous. The more culturally diverse a district is, the more difficult the goal. So we're not quite there yet as far as mirroring every campus, but we're continuing to monitor that. We're continuing to work with our campus leadership and our district leadership to make sure that we are staying within that 5% or that we are reaching that 5% variance recommended by the state plan. So the data prompts the question, where have we been? In the past few years, we have adopted campus norms for identification, again, in order to increase making sure that we are looking specifically at the surrounding and the environment that the advanced learners are in order to receive the rigor that they need. We have moved to identifying students not only in ELA, but in ELA or math or both. So we're reaching out to make sure that we're meeting the specific needs of each student. And we're providing principals with annual data regarding their identification trends and how they can focus on certain areas of identification to work towards matching their campus. Last year, we also worked with Dr. Ford, and she is a leading specialist with equity in GT programming, and she helped us make sure that we were using student inventories and student characteristic sheets that were more equitable and more inclusive so that we could make sure that we were looking at all of the unique trends and unique characteristics that we might find in our advanced learners. So most people recognize this image at this point. And this brings us to a familiar statement of the 5 drive and high expectations for all. We just want to make sure that we are continuing to honor our students, the students that need more than the standard curriculum, that when we're looking at Tier 2 interventions, we're also looking at Tier 2 extensions for those students that need something a little bit more than just what that basic curriculum can supply for them. So to ensure that, we want to make sure that as a department that we are making sure we have access to rigorous curriculum for all of our students, that we are making sure to train teachers in differentiation in order to be able to meet the needs of the students in whichever classroom or whichever situation they are in, making sure that we are reaching each student where they are and moving them forward. So our goal is to continue supporting high expectations and high achievement from every student in every classroom on every campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Board members, do you have questions regarding Ms. Carroll's presentation? Ms. Derrick?
Thank you, Ms. Carroll, for all that information. That was great. I do have a question for you about Landry, because I know that's our newer program.
Yes, ma'am.
How is the enrollment there in that STEAM program? Are we seeing families continue to show interest in that? How many classrooms are we averaging per grade level?
Absolutely. It is full.
Fantastic. Okay.
I'm looking at Marianne because she's our specialist that works with Landry. I do not have the numbers. I do know that there are waiting lists in some areas, but what we're seeing is that there is a great interest still, and our biggest, I guess, celebration is that we're going to be seeking creative solutions for finding space to make sure that we can continue to support that. But yes, it's been very popular.
That's great. Okay, just a math question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said 90% is in the ACE identified, even though that's becoming advanced learners. What's the breakdown on LEAP? What's our average of LEAP enrollment?
I cannot say exactly. I want to say it's about 1%.
Okay.
When we look at the separation, we tend to leave LEAP out of it only because there's a large portion of our LEAP population that comes from out of district. So it's hard to compare to our in-district when there's people that wouldn't be in our district if it wasn't for that program. So, but between our ethnicity data last year and our population data, it was just under 1% difference when we added LEAP into it.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Mr. Bocek.
Okay, so I want to better understand just for parents as well and for myself, the STEAM Academy at Landry. You said program enrolled, but that's a program that's offered to kids identified as advanced learners,
Yes,
and they
ma'am.
choose that, correct?
Yes,
So it's
ma'am.
not a choice program for overall district, I guess?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanna make sure. Thanks.
And they do have both. Landry has the program school within a school, but they also have their standard ACE cluster grouping that happens as well on that campus. Does that make sense?
The STEAM Academy is at Landry, but then the only, it's not it's not different from what the parents for the GT or advanced learners or ACE or whatever they're called for, that what they're offered to choose.
Correct.
So that's what they get then at Landry?
If I'm understanding, it's two different things. So we have at every elementary campus, please tell me if I'm misunderstanding you. At every elementary campus, we have cluster groupings. So we have our GT ACE students in with our mixed abilities. At Landry, we have both. So we have 6 classrooms, I believe, 8 classrooms, 6 classrooms that are homogeneously ACE students only. And then we have the students that aren't part of the STEAM Academy that just go to Landry and are cluster grouped ACE in a regular classroom. So it is a separate program. It's just not a program of choice like going to a fine arts academy.
Do you have any further questions? I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt. That's contingent upon their qualifying, right?
Yes.
As a
Yes.
advanced learner.
Mm-hmm.
So
They
a
would
student-
qualify, and then they would enter the lottery in order to get a position in that special.
Okay, so a student who qualifies as ACE might just be in an ACE, in a heterogeneous grouping
Absolutely.
at any of their school,
Mhm.
but they might also choose to go to the STEAM Academy
Correct.
if the odds fell in their favor, right? Okay, and then LEAP is completely, because you said it's about 1%. That's a completely different qualification
Yes.
process for that program, because that's for our severely, profoundly
Mhm.
gifted students. as I like
Yes.
to call them, right?
And I try to, we look at the spectrum and we think we're on the opposite end of the SPED spectrum, but it is highly special need. Those students cannot be served in a normal classroom, and it's prescriptive. So we certainly, while in an ACE or advanced learner classroom, we could give students an opportunity. We could put them there maybe when they're not quite there yet and give them the tools to grow into that. With LEAP, it's not really, in my professional opinion, it's not a let's put you in there and see if you can do it. It is this student has a special need that we are supporting through this program.
Right. So in another district, that student may just be a first grader in a 3rd or 4th grade classroom with older students.
Possibly. Mhm.
But this
Yes.
allows them to be with their chronological peers and their intellectual peers.
Correct, and that is what we really like to have conversations with parents about. If they want to come in and try to skip kindergarten or skip courses in order to grade skip, we really try to talk to them about the social and emotional aspect of keeping students with their own peers so that they can grow, because we know they're going to be asynchronous anyway. So we want to make sure that we're giving them the tools that they need. And if we can keep them with their peers, but give them what they need as far as their rigor and their learning, we feel like that is what is the best practice for those students.
And that's something that kind of causes the CFB Advanced Academic Program to stand apart from other districts around here. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes.
which is why you have people coming from other districts?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? I'm sorry I jumped in there before everyone had a chance. Okay. Well, thank you for your report, and thank you for all you guys do. It is a wonderful program.
Thank you so much.
And you guys do great work, and it's needed work, and our advanced learners need special programs like
They
do.
do.
Kids do. They won't
Thank
be
you for
okay
your
always
support.
by themselves. So thank you. We'll move to item 6C, student nutrition services updates. And we'll turn it over to Kristen Saunders, Kristen Hess Saunders, our Director of Student Nutrition. Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Chapman, Dr. Black, and all the esteemed members of the board. My name is Kristen Hess, and I'm here representing the Student Nutrition Department. As he mentioned, I'm the director. And we're so happy to have the opportunity to give you guys an update on what goes on in our department. As you guys all know, it's very important for us to represent students and provide them healthy and delicious meals to promote student achievement. And we do that by providing meals that are not only nutritious, but ones that promote healthy eating habits and play an integral part in the children's nutrition. And then also we provide meals that are safe, of course. Just a few details about the department. We have a $16 million operation. We have, in a normal year, about 225 employees that staff the department in the 35 cafeteria operations. We have 83 employees that hold the National Food Protection Manager certification. And of our employees, they've logged over 2,200 hours of training in addition to their work hours. 11 of our employees in 21-22 have had perfect attendance, which is saying something, I believe, considering the COVID and the pandemic uptick that we had back in January and February. And we have 28 of our 34 cafeterias that are accident-free, which means that no one in the kitchen actually had to seek any medical attention for any accidents that occurred while they were on site. Okay. So some victories, because we always like to talk about the wonderful things that are happening in the department. This year we were audited by the Texas Department of Agriculture, and we received that audit about every 4 years. Prior to this past year it was every 3 years, but they've given us a little bit of break there. And we actually completed our administrative review with 0 findings. That audit actually went on from October through May, which was quite a big portion of the school year, and required us to have more than 280 files uploaded and reviewed to document all the different components of the program and show that we were also meeting all the regulations. Some other victories, because of the pandemic and a lot of the challenges that the department was facing in this past year, USDA did give us some flexibility to deviate from the typical meal pattern and the age grade requirements for the menus, but we actually chose and opted not to take a part of any of those waivers so that we could continue to provide the best quality and most nutritious meals to our students. We also established eligibility for over 15,000 students. We processed more than 8,300 meal applications, which is up quite a bit. As you guys remember, because we've been feeding for free via waivers for the past several years, a lot of families weren't required to submit an application, but they qualify for other benefits. So we still wanted to encourage them to apply and submit an application to qualify for other types of benefits that will serve them in the academic environment. Additionally, we also typically operate around 14 meals per labor hour, which means for every hour of labor that we staff in the kitchen, we would typically produce about 14 meals. But because of all of our staffing shortages and some of the challenges with pandemic absenteeism and whatnot, we actually operated about 18 to 20 meals per labor hour, just to give you a metric to kind of demonstrate our productivity. Also, we had another really great success. So as you all remember, 2018-2019 was our last full pre-pandemic year, and we served 3.3 million meals that year. In 2019-2020, when the pandemic unleashed, we served a little over 2.9 million meals. In 2021, we really struggled because we had a virtual instruction format for a lot of the students, and so we served a little over 1.9 million meals. And because we had all of our students back in person in the schools this past year, we were really hopeful that we were going to try and get our participation back up and serve as many of our CFB ISD students as possible. And we did that, which was wonderful. So we served over 3.35 million meals in the academic year this school year. Despite some of our victories, we've definitely had our challenges. There have been many unrelenting supply chain disruptions. As you guys know, when you go to Chick-fil-A, everyone sees that new sign that says, due to availability, certain things may not be available on our menu. And our kitchen cafeterias are no different. We struggled with the same things this past year. A lot of vendors actually discontinued product lines, so items that we thought we were going to have on the menu and be providing were no longer available, and it was often under the circumstances of starting today, it's no longer available. We also had significantly higher product costs because a lot of the vendors that did stick around realized we can charge a little bit more and they have to pay it because they need us. So we had that as well. And then some food companies and distributors also started leaving the K-12 industry just because the retail industry does tend to be a higher revenue stream. So some of the efforts that you might have seen or your students might have seen if they participate in our meals in the cafeterias are that we had reduced menu offerings. So we wanted to make sure that we could still meet all of the components that were required. So instead of serving more things, we served fewer things, but we served all the right things. And then we had to have some creative menu solutions and substitutions. So while we love to have consistency on our menus, we did have to mix things up a little bit more this year. And I don't think that the students minded. And then we utilized commodity items to the greatest extent possible. And we are also looking at adding a culinary technician position so that we have somebody that can go out and actually work with our new menu items as we see more product issues going forward. We also had some staffing challenges, is what you've all seen in the food service industry as well. For this past year, we've operated at about 70% capacity, so more than 70 positions out of the 240 in the department have been vacant for most of the year. So while we've served more meals, we've served more meals with less. And we're also seeing lots more competition from the outside and inside the district. So we've seen some people go to other food service industries, retire, or join the academic environment here at CFB ISD. So some efforts that we've made to compensate for those labor shortages: we've transferred staff amongst the different schools. We've eliminated some of the labor-intensive tasks and menu items. We've done major overhauls to our staffing, our hiring process, and the qualifications that we require our employees to have to be hired. And we've launched a recruiting campaign with the help of our lovely communications department, and proposed pay scale increases, and also put more of a focus on growing our own employees from within. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't shamelessly plug our job opportunities here with everyone involved. So if you know anyone who has no experience in food service, we will gladly take them. And we've got lots of lovely information, so please feel free to send people our way. So just a little bit of an update, because everybody may have forgotten how it worked prior to the pandemic. All of the waivers that were COVID related that allowed us to do a lot of dynamic, innovative things with feeding in the past couple of years have officially ended as of the end of the academic year. So, and the rule was June 30th or the end of the academic year, whichever came first. So a couple of things that you'll cease to see that we've been doing in the past couple of years but will no longer be able to do in 22-23. We can no longer feed all kids for free. Okay, we will no longer be receiving that higher reimbursement rate that was given to us just for this past school year. We were no longer allowed to be doing congregate feeding, such as grab-and-go meals or bundling multiple meals together. Meal service outside of an acceptable or approved serving time. So you may recall over the pandemic, we provided breakfast with lunch at times and lunch with breakfast and whatnot. Consumption of reimbursable meals outside the cafeteria or the campus. So we did a lot of grab and go where students could come and take meals and take them away from the campus to eat them, but that's no longer allowed either. Meal pattern flexibilities, which again we didn't utilize, and then emergency procurement, where they let us go and purchase from other people that we didn't originally have on bid so that we could still provide food. So what that means for next year: all meals return to full cost unless the student qualifies as free or reduced, which is how it was prior to the pandemic. One important thing to note is that because we did still continue to accept applications in the pandemic years, even though we were feeding all students for free, those students who qualified in this school year for free or reduced will also get 30 days of operating carryover benefit going into next school year, where they will receive free or reduced benefits from qualifying this year. Okay. Households must submit a free and reduced application, and I just want to clarify for 1 second, that says they must complete it, but there are other ways that students can qualify without submitting a household application. So we actually will ensure that students that already pre-qualify as direct certified, they will not be contacted, but the other students who do not will be contacted and communicated with so that they know that they need to complete an application again. So a couple of other pre-pandemic meal accommodations will resume again. We'll still have universal free breakfast at schools with an economically disadvantaged percentage of greater than 75%. We'll still have reduced price meals at no charge to students, so even if a student qualified as reduced, they'll eat as if they were free. And we'll still have a grace period for students who meet the meal charging policy limit, so we'll still have a grace period for students so that students will always receive a meal. And then we'll also have our sharing tables back as well. So this summer, we also have a massive summer feeding operation beginning this coming Monday. All 31 schools that have any type of summer school or other program operated will also have an opportunity to have free breakfast and lunch meals throughout the summer. 5 schools will be with no kitchen due to renovations. 9 of those schools will have no cold storage, but the remaining 17 schools will be open to children 18 and under in the community, and 4 of those will be open through July 21st. So, excuse me. So we want to keep the students basically that are being fed in those schools that are under construction due to hazards and liability and account and whatnot. We want to keep students out of those buildings. So we'll just be feeding our students, and we'll instruct community members to go to some of the other sites that do not have construction going on. And we're working closely with the construction, maintenance, and warehouse departments to facilitate making that happen. It requires a lot of people to do so. But we're very excited because bond construction in the kitchens will improve efficiency, product quality, customer, and employee satisfaction. So we have a lot to look forward to. This summer, 5 of our middle schools, the ones without kitchens, will receive renovations. Then we have 9 elementary schools whose walk-in coolers and freezers will be replaced or repaired. And we hope that that gives us more of an opportunity to continue our mission to feed all the students healthy and nutritious meals in the upcoming school years. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hess-Saunders. Board members, do you have questions regarding this presentation? Hatfield.
Thank you. Really great information. I find it interesting that in 18-19 on slide 5, we were feeding 3.3 million meals before the pandemic. And with 100% free food, we only increased in our full year to 3.35 million meals. So are we anticipating to kind of stay at this level even though we're not offering, or we can't offer the free meals because the waiver is ending?
Yes, it's certainly our hope. Our participation is very driven, is a big driver for the department. However, I think some of the supply chain issues where a student couldn't come this week and get the same cheese pizza that we get the next week kind of had a counteractive effect on our participation this past school year. I do think providing meals for free to all did help us with participation, but again, there were so many other factors working against us in this past school year that I think, like I mentioned, counteracted some of those efforts. But our intention will certainly be to continue to increase our participation. And I do think when something's free, there isn't as much appeal to it. So our hope is that maybe that also works in our favor. Yes.
Ms. Benavides.
Thank you. I was going to ask you, how much does it cost to eat?
Well, these past couple of years, it's been free. We always have to wait for a paid lunch equity tool to come out that will essentially USDA and TDA tell us how to calculate our meal prices. So in this past year, I believe we haven't charged for meals in so long, I can't even recall what our prices were. That's crazy. I believe we were charging $2.75 for breakfast and $4 for lunch is the approved prices, but we weren't charging those to anyone.
So do you think with the coupons going away or the freebies going away that it's going to cause, so the families that can't afford it can still apply for free food?
Yes. Yeah. And because a lot of school districts ceased to accept applications during the pandemic because they were feeding everyone for free. But because such a large percentage of our population is economically disadvantaged, we wanted them to still encourage them to continue to apply so that they wouldn't fall out of practice and then it be a huge surprise next year when we go back to having to submit applications. So we've still been doing all the regular communication and encouraging families to apply all year long for the last several years.
And is that online or is it still paper?
We have both. We do encourage people to go online because we can process it a lot more quickly, but certainly people can process or can utilize the paper application as well.
So the schools that you talk about needing new refrigerators and renovations, are those schools open or will they not be used this summer?
It depends because there's a large amount of construction, which I'm sure Mr. Mulroney will come up and tell you a little bit about more here in a second. Due to safety reasons, it depends. So if the walk-in cooler is the only thing being done, then we still have it open to the community. But if there's additional construction that's creating hazardous environments outside or inside the school, we're discouraging community participation at those sites just to keep the students of the community safe, the children.
I was going to ask, during the regular school year, are there schools that cannot have the meals prepared because of needed repairs or things?
We always have contingency plans in terms of our menus so that if a walk-in cooler or freezer were to go down, we would have something else to serve the students, and no student would ever not have an availability for certain meals. And the reason that a lot of those walk-ins are being repaired this summer is so that we can avoid having those mid-school year repairs required. But again, we will always provide food regardless of the scenario in terms of equipment.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, Ms. Hess-Saunders, thank you very much for the information, the presentation, very informative, and thank you for your work. Thanks to all the people out there in the schools feeding the kids. We will turn now to agenda item 6D, which is our budget update. This is Mr. Guerra, our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Dr. Black. If you want to get to your green binder out. Okay, so this is just the update that we'll give for June, and as I'll kind of go through, we're preparing for the August board meeting, when we adopt the budget. So a few things I'll talk on tonight is our legislative update, how it relates to our tax rate update, the compensation plan that we talked about last month that you'll be approving tonight as an action item, and some of budget initiatives and the forecast and how we do our budget and stuff like that this evening. So the first, on the legislative update, there was 2 propositions that passed in this latest legislative session, Proposition 1 and Proposition 2. Proposition 1, the measure essentially cut property taxes for homeowners that are 65 years or older or that are handicapped. And as you know, prior they've always been their taxes get frozen, where their taxes don't increase once they reach 65 or they're disabled. But with House Bill 3, what happened was they kind of left them out. So as the tax rate started to get compressed, the people who were already over 65 or disabled, their taxes were staying the same. So Proposition 1 basically let them be part of that tax compression, so their taxes will actually go down instead of being frozen. So that Proposition 1 passed. Proposition 2. And both these propositions we're bringing them before tonight because they directly affect school funding. So the part of the property taxes in Prop 1, like I said, when they start to compress their taxes, it affects school districts' funding, as our funding is going down as well. Proposition 2 is the same thing. What they did is they changed the homestead exemption from $25,000 to $40,000, and kind of what does that mean? Like an average $300,000 home, your property taxes are going down about $175 a year. And again, it directly affects school finance and what we receive from property taxes. So kind of going along with that, like I said, our compressed tax rate keeps going down. It was, in the very beginning it was $1.17, and it's come down since then. This next 22-23 year, you can see it's down to about 80 cents. And with the total, and that's just the Tier 1 tax. The Tier 2 is kind of a set rate, so the Tier 1 is what they compress mostly. So you can see we'll be down to about 94 cents from about 5 years ago. We were at $1.17. And this is what the state has. And you can see even last year we were just over $1, so they should come in year for 22, 23 will be about 94 cents. So the comp plan, again, you'll approve tonight as an action item. It'll be in your bright yellow binder as well, but I'll just kind of highlight what's part of that compensation plan for 22-23. Again, as you know, last month we recommended that we were going to bring a 3% increase for staff through the district, so we've been building our compensation plan and all the pay levels based on a 3% increase for entire staff. And like I said, roughly every 1% we increase is about a $2 million hit to increase what the revenues will be for budget. So kind of the small changes we've had, as you know, we talked about last month, you all approved the special education stipend increase that was already brought about up tonight again, but it is $2,000, and there's no real major changes after that because, as you know, we have TASB coming in to do a full salary study. Well, they'll do a full analysis on every pay grade we have and every stipend and supplemental pay we'll have. So wait for TASB to come in and explain it to us a little bit better. One thing we are including, as I mentioned last month, is the years of service payment that we've had in place with the district for several years now. And what it is, it's based on your years of employment, as y'all know, and it's every 5 years. Following your anniversary date, you get a longevity pay. The other part we're continuing is the supplemental payment for bus drivers and monitors, and it's an attendance incentive to get them to show up to work more often. So that's being included as well in the compensation plan for 22-23. So again, just kind of summing up, like I said, we are doing the 3% salary increase that we're recommending tonight for y'all's approval, and then the small supplemental pays and the longevity and the incentive pay for bus drivers. This slide I wanted to point out that, you know, kind of putting it simply, how we budget here for the district and every district, we basically get paid, and that's simplifying it a lot, is we get paid per child per day. So our job as a finance department is to predict how many kids we're going to have in the district and how often they're going to come to school. So the top line is the green and the red, the kind of elongated dots, is the 21-22 school year as opposed to last year's 2021 school year. And it kind of shows what our actual enrollment was of students. So you can see we haven't really increased. It's been pretty steady, and it just does drop off a little at the end of this year. The kind of red and green heart rate looking lines are our average daily attendance, and you can see how it's kind of sporadic, and it kind of goes with what Ms. Hess was saying about the drop in virtual learning. You can see the big drop in the 2021 school year on the red line. The small dotted lines are what the state came through when they realized there was such a drop in attendance. They actually had some hold harmless for the district, and you can see in 2021 it was much higher. That's the small green dotted line, and they did give us some relief for the first 4.5-6 weeks. And that's the smaller, that's the red dotted line below it. So you can see we weren't given the same leeway we were given as we were in 2021. And then, like I said, it ended, so we have to go with actual numbers after that. So it's with these numbers in mind that we start to build what we think we're going to have revenue-wise throughout the district. So we don't anticipate getting any hold harmless, obviously, if we're coming back to normal. So we try to be conservative when we start doing our initial and preliminary budget forecasts. The red line, which is the Chapter 49 payments, which we all call the Robin Hood, is our recapture payment that we pay as a wealthy property in the district. And I'll show you in a second, like the 2021, we just crossed $40 million, and that's because they're still running their numbers through TEA, so they send us a final settle-up bill, they call it. So our recapture payment, actually, we just got this year, and we just paid May 31st last week. It was a little over $1 million. This is our final recapture settlement with the state. So we had to pay them $1 more million of recapture this year. So again, we keep all this in mind when we start developing the budget. The first thing to consider is the compensation plan that's coming to y'all tonight for approval. And like I said, there's no meeting in July, and in August we will come back with a full budget proposal with the comp plan and everything we think will have revenue and expenses wise for the district. So again, like I said, we won't have anything in July, but in August we'll come back with a full updated forecast what we think we'll have left over for 21-22, including recapture. We'll do our final budget amendments for the year, And then we'll have the presentation of the budget and the tax rate adoption for you guys for approval. And the meeting will be August 18th. So if you have any questions, I'll take them now.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Board members, do you have any questions? Ms. Darrett.
Mr. Guerra, I have a question for you about the Proposition 1 and 2. I know there was a lot advertised when that was on the ballot that school districts were going to be reimbursed or made right by the state. Have we received any updates on that? That any funds that we're losing because of these propositions, that we will receive that money back somehow, or?
Yes, in short answer, yes, we will receive it back. When the state compresses the tax rate, it's more relief for taxpayers, and we get a basic allotment that we're guaranteed to get as a school district for every child and every day of attendance that we have on them. So when they compress the tax rate, their intent is to give us the difference that we're losing from the property tax rates.
So that we're still getting the same amount per student that we were getting before?
Correct.
Okay.
The only difference is when we start to decrease in enrollment or in ADA, our recapture payment goes up because our property values are going up.
Gotcha.
So we end up losing a little bit of money in the end.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Urbacek?
Larry, what's the timing of the stipend and salary compensation? What's the timing of that review? By you said TASB?
Oh, TASB? They will start coming in the next month or two, and it's about a 3-month process, and they'll come in and they'll present to the board. I think they'll come however you need them, and they'll make a full.
No, they're gonna be coming in November, because those are gonna be actual numbers for the year. If they did it right now, then that's gonna be last year's numbers. And so they'll come in so we can get actual apples and apples. November, we'll get it to the board hopefully by February, if not by the March board meeting of next year for our 23-24 school year plan.
And that's a comparison to other comparable.
If we did it right now, it's gonna be current year versus past year with us, and we don't want that. We want.
Okay.
So we'll get it, they'll kick it off after, again, get the reports in. And so that'll be end of November. They'll kick it off with us probably December with something to the board February or March.
Okay. And then following up, I don't know if we were provided a dollar impact yet on the additional positions after the meetings with special education department. Do we, and that's not in here, because that's been since our last update, right? And the added positions.
Yeah.
You talking about the dollar impact for the
special ed,
Yes, we have positions that are approved, and like I said, we're with human resources. We're trying to hire. Like I said, we can hire 100 positions today if allowed. We just can't find the people to hire. But there's available positions that are in the budget that are ready to go. Absolutely.
And is that what the stipend drives as well? I mean, is helping for recruitment?
For the special ed, special ed teacher. So that's at 0.3 million, or it's $300,000. But for the 20, I think she's asking for the 21-22, so that 134 positions. But
correct.
But out of that, there were a large number that were already in the budget, and so they were in HR as a PSN and or under finance. So just because you see that number, many of those were budgeted, just not hired.
We just couldn't fill them.
Yeah. So there was,
That's correct. Yeah, a lot of them were budgeted, and ones that we knew we needed as the special education student body grew, we were approving those additional positions as well. We just can't hire fast enough. But there's additional positions being approved in addition to the ones that are available. And the stipend was developed early on that y'all approved, I think 2 board meetings ago now, to help human resources attract employees.
Okay.
Yeah, and on that, and so on May 18th is when I met with the executive director and 3 coordinators, and I got a ratio, which I approved then on May 24th. So now we have a ratio, so that whenever we hit certain caseloads, et cetera, I'll pick on, speech pass. At elementary, you're looking for 55, maybe in secondary 70. We hit those thresholds, and we have a ratio that we can follow through that process. So then when we get those, then we can start opening those positions up.
that triggers the hire.
That triggers that, yeah.
Okay, and
Yep.
if it hasn't already, can we make sure that that information is communicated down to the entire department
Yep.
for awareness, so that they know that there's
Oh,
really
yes, I have, through my last couple weeks, really diving into this, I have seen some areas that we need to do much better at, and even go to as far as our executive director will be coming to cabinet every 9 weeks and providing those data points, and then we're going to have a more streamlined communication to make sure that those are reached, and so it doesn't come to this level again.
I don't mind hearing from our staff. I just want them to know
Yeah,
what's happening.
absolutely.
I want to hear from staff, but I want them to know what's been happening, and so that they're aware of the actions and maybe any kind of the challenges, like can't find people or.
Yeah. Yeah, because we have quite a few.
Yes, after the ratios were approved, and they were approved by all of us, by Ms. Smith, by Ms. Wells, everybody, we sat down and went through it, and every staffing position we knew we needed based on those ratios that everybody agreed upon were approved immediately. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Derrick.
I want to build off of that. So you said we're approved and are included in the budget
Yes.
that we already have before,
Absolutely. Yes,
before
ma'am.
us. Okay.
Absolutely.
Question real quick about the stipend. How is that being paid out? Is that divvied up over the course of the school year, or is that a one-time payment?
Yes, the stipends are divvied up over the contract.
Okay, over the entire, over 12 months. Okay, thank you.
Anyone from the side? Ms. Benavides.
And I'm not sure, Larry, forgive me for not knowing, but why everyone didn't receive the stipend? And is that a budget issue, or do I look forward to hearing a report about that at another time?
Short answer, it's not a budget issue because, like I said, we're always kind of in panic mode. So we do meet as a group and we make decisions collectively, and the decision was made that we thought was in the best interest of the district and of the staff at the time.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions? Okay, Mr. Guerra, thank you very much for the presentation. Thanks for the information. We're going to turn to the next agenda item, which is 6E. It's our construction update. Mr. Mulrooney, Chief Operations Officer, you are up, sir.
All right, thank you, Dr. Black. Get this started. All right. Good evening, Dr. Black, Dr. Chapman, members of the board. Opportunity to provide a construction update, and we sure have a lot going on. It's a similar story that we're hearing from a number of different avenues, but unfortunately, construction workers don't have annual contracts that you can hold them to. So all our vendors, our subcontractors, our primes are all having the same kind of labor shortages that we're having. And when you change a project manager, it's disruptive to a job. When you have laborers that don't want to work more than 40 hours or come in for overtime, it's disruptive to a schedule. And then, of course, we get into the supply line issues, and those surprise us every day, because you could tell me tomorrow that we ran out of bricks, and I wouldn't be too surprised by it. So that's continuing on. And I don't like to use the COVID aspect to it, because this is much deeper than that, and this is much more disruptive, and it's not going away. So while a lot of the COVID protocols are now being lifted, these supply line issues that we're facing are more fundamental cracks. And so the answers that we have to have developed are more fundamental. We've had to change how we approach construction. Before, when we got a delivery date for aluminum, we'd start the demolition, because American Aluminum does not miss delivery dates. Now they just call us up and say, surprise, plus 6 weeks. We go, but we've already cut the hole open. What can we do? We open boxes, and from good supply houses, half the parts are missing, or half the parts are broken. So you'll see even Thompson Playground, it arrived. We didn't demo the existing playground until the new stuff was on site, in hand, unboxed, and checked. Then we start the demo. So this is a complete shift in the industry that we've had to navigate through this whole thing. And that's why I don't want to call it COVID related at all, because this is not going to change anytime soon. So that's going to bring up, as we go through this process, just some of the challenges that we're facing on a daily basis and some of the incredible work the team's navigating every single day as we pivot and solve problems. So before you is our typical bond update, budget report. There you have the bar graph. The light blue, remember, that is our construction estimate number. That's the money we want to spend. You know, deal's too good to be true, we're probably missing something. So that's the construction estimate, we want to hit that. The dark blue is the all-in price for that project. We don't want to exceed that, because if we exceed that, something else is going to be short. We won't get to the finish line. So we want the green, which is our contracted number, to fall nicely into that dark blue number, and then the red is the money out the door, and that shows us as we match up against that. Now do remember, this is money out the door, so retainage is 5%, so it runs a little bit in lag of what you're going to see, particularly as we get into the fall and we start to see projects coming closed. You'll start to see those, you know, more green than you're like, what are you talking about? It's finished. Well, that's retainage, any project savings, anything like that will be the last little bit of green to go away. So that you'll see as we get closer to these projects being wrapped up. Below that is a table that summarizes the information, and on the right is the cash flow for the entire bond. What you have there with the blue graphs is how much money we're moving per month, and the orange is the accumulated total to $300.9 million. So you can see each of the summer spikes, and then the construction through the school year, and then again the summer spike as we go along. You can see we're tracking. We want to be just below that number because that does include escalations and contingencies, and we don't like to use those up right away. So we want those crosshairs, that red line there, to show us going right below that orange as we track along. So we're tracking the bond very well. We're about $302 million under contract, and so that's 80% of the bond is under contract and wrapped up. So there's a lot of work going on. The other part, the report that you have there, is a project report which lists every single project. So as we get into those late projects, tier 3 and tier 4s, the 7 elementaries, Carrollton, Farmers Branch, Central, Country Place, Fano, McCoy, Rosemead, those types of campuses, they are on the list. They have absolutely not fallen off. They've been on the list. They've been on the plan. The schedule hasn't changed in the last year. We're just working through it as fast as we can as we go through that list. So what I'm going to do is dive into the bond packages here, and we do group them by the year that they kicked off. So New Sheffield is the last of the 2020 projects to have started. And there's a quick rendering. As you can see, there's a 2-story section in the back, and then the rest of the building is 1 story. We're tracking about 65% complete, and we are looking at opening in the fall, but we will not occupy until the winter. So that has been one of the disruptions, and I will take it as it's had to check my ego. 14 years of building schools, I've yet to miss an August. We could get the building ready, but we don't have time to get the teachers in. And that's just not the right thing to do to our kids and to our teachers, to bring them right up to the deadline of trying to come back to school. So we've met with the cabinet, we've met with the instructors, we've met with the principal there, and we had a look at it and realized that they're in a great building. They're not importable, they're not in a temporary condition or anything like that. They're in a good building. So they will stay at Sheffield Primary in their existing condition when they come back in the fall, and then over winter break, we'll transition when the campus is ready. There's a lot of very exciting things happening at New Sheffield, and this is not the time to rush those instructors back into that building until we're ready to occupy it. So my ego being checked, we're going to take the hit, and so we will be looking at a December over winter break move for Sheffield. Quick look at the construction sequence, though. Very cool there. September of 19, we had the old 1980s building. We then demoed it, and then we went to get permits from Dallas, and we waited, and we waited, and we waited. Just in time to get permits in March of 21, and it rained for 5 weeks, and then we got going. So you can see the new building coming out the ground. I just like looking at those aerials as you start to see that work happening. Coming up to this month, you can see that front entry really taking shape with that new canopy, and the new driveways are in place. Going into the building, Jackson Construction's done a phenomenal job not letting anything delay them. Any areas that they can get work done, any work that they can get done, they've been pushing hard on. So that means getting painting done in the admin area while we're still flying steel and drywall in the 2-story section. So this is the admin area. You can see the glass in the doorways there, as well as the accent walls going in. Great pop of color. Going over into the library space, you can see the rendering on the left and the actual on the right as it starts to take shape. All the mechanical systems are in, the technology's going in. We have had substantial delays from Encore. What used to take, and this is the inevitable case of construction. City would say one thing, Encore would say something else, City would say one thing, and it usually took 2 weeks to get everybody ironed out. Well, now every inspection's plus 3 days. What you used to be able to get 2 inspections in a day, you can't get 2 inspections in a week. So we're still without power at Sheffield, which is hugely disruptive. We're close to the finish line now. We've got all the wires pulled and the new transformer set. So we should have it by next week, but like I said, nothing will surprise me. Over in the first grade area, this is our first village to come to light. A village is surrounded by 6 learning studios and this amazing collaboration space in the middle, which allows for such a diverse learning opportunity. This is the furthest along. Over in the 2-story sections, there's 4 more villages there, and there you can see us touring with the cabinet and all the stakeholders as we made that decision not to rush that opening, but rather take our time, get the construction finished in October, and then take occupancy through winter break. Moving into the next pack of projects, our 21 starts. Our elementary projects are substantially complete, but the second part of that package is the marquees. There you've got 15 marquee signs listed out. Looking at that, they're in 2 general conditions. There's about 6 of them that you will not see brick on. The brick arrived and it was not acceptable. It was supposed to be a building match and the quality control just wasn't there. And that's the kind of headaches that we're facing. So we rejected it. So that will not change our overall deadline. They will be ready for folks to come back in the fall. What that does mean is we're bringing in 3 or 4 at a time. We're going to stack them up and bring them all online at the same time. So they'll be ready to train folks when they come back after the 4th of July break and as we get into the next school year. Over at Newman Smith, that's that new entry for the students over by construction. So we wanted to mimic the front. So we didn't just look good off of Josie Lane, but we look good where students come in every day. And that's the entrance to Innovation Alley as well. So we updated that new entrance for the students. Over in the construction side, still no doubt on this, we painted all the building systems, appropriate colors, and then generated a graphic. So you can see that the structural is black and the mechanical is yellow and the plumbing is blue and the fire suppression is orange, because this will be the CTE construction lab. And so we felt like they should celebrate their building systems and be able to look up and see, okay, there's the plumbing system, there's the mechanical system as they go through those. The other big part of Innovation Alley is, of course, renovating that 1974 library, which has been a challenge second to none. We've unleashed some very interesting stories behind the walls there, but we kept going. It was amazing. There was an extra probably 8 foot of structure up there. So we lifted that old structure out, and you can see those skylights that are coming in, very much like we did at Vivian Field, where we introduced those clear story, so we can get light into the heart of that 1974 landlocked building, get that natural light into that library, really activate that space. So there you can see the structure coming down. There it's open, and this is the rendering of what the final product will look similar to. Over at Perry Middle School is also full steam ahead, about 70% complete. There you can see they are making progress, and there our risk factors are completely different. We're not dealing with a new building. The folks have been occupying the gymnasium and the fine arts section. We have existing power. We're in a jurisdiction that really works with us. I can't tell you the difference between working in Carrollton and working in Dallas. It's chalk and cheese. When we call, they answer. When we need a weekend inspection, they're available. When we need to review something with them, they come to the table. That's completely different. So here you can see the progress they're making. April, which our last update, you can see that steel standing all the way through to June. They're already wrapping that up and getting ready to put the doors in. Over in this is one of the courtyards that lived between the 1995 edition and the 1965 section. We filled that in to try and create that continuity. What we heard from the teachers and students is we want to feel like one campus. We don't want to feel like a tapestry of stitched together from 15 different decades. So we really worked hard on that. So we created a courtyard space, kept some of that over here in this middle section, and then filled it in as learning space in another section. We had a big meeting there with CORE and our cabinet and the stakeholders, and we reviewed the dates of delivery, and these are the dates that we can start to move furniture items in. So you can see from the 2008 section to the 95 section to the admin section here, these dates are all in June. So this is really good stuff. Over here, we've already got AC running, floors are down, we're in good shape. The fine arts and the athletics, those dates push into July a little bit more, but remember, we're not giving them those spaces until the summer. So those already been occupied all school year. So here what we're going to be doing is refreshing the graphics, refreshing the floors, the bleachers, all kind of cosmetic type work. So I'm not too concerned about these dates being more into July. So that's not a big concern. The one headache here is this 1965 section of the building into July, but it's a small section, Core's a big company, these guys run a good shop, we've got a great jurisdiction. So we're going to push hard, we're going to demob those portables, and we're going to be moving in for the first day of school. And in fact, we're going to be moving next week some of the portable furniture into these early occupied places. One of the cool things I included in the picture here, Core does a morning meeting every day with their subcontractors, and every subcontractor has a line. And if you can't do the work you thought you're going to do, what can you do? What materials do you have? What areas available to you? What can get done? And they drive that schedule every morning, and it's really proving to be very fruitful. Over at Ranchview and Creekview, we got big, remember this is where the ugly bond really comes to life. Lots of mechanical, lots of roof projects, lots of systems. So Creekview is getting that complete HVAC gut and rebuild. That's a big part of that. As well as some of their CTE spaces. So that's the CTE Auto Shop gets a refresh, and the library gets a refresh as well to provide some of those collaborative learning environments. Over at Ranchview, we have the IT Academy is getting a refresh, and the culinary arts to support the culinary arts. So they'll do their introductory type cooking at the campus, and then once they get into their sophomore year, then they'll move over to the multi-purpose and move into the commercial kitchen there. So that's kind of growing on that idea of the multi-purpose building and what services it can offer. The last pack of projects is the stadium is tearing along great. Here you can see in December, we took all the old bleachers down, and we started drilling holes. Remember, those piers go 65 feet down into the swamp that's underneath the stadium. Lots of concrete, lots of headaches going down there, but they are through. As you can see, the foundations are coming together really nicely here. The linchpin there that's going to catch us is fire alarm panels. The chips for the fire alarm panels are virtually unobtainable. And so while we'll be ready for the first football game, the locker room, the changing room, and the concession and things like that will not be ready until October 1 until we get blessing on that fire panel. Very frustrating. Unfortunately, there's no really workaround because nobody can get another chip to market fast enough to meet those needs. It's a very highly regulated piece. And there's not a whole lot we can do about it. So we'll be pushing our schedule hard. You'll see those bleachers going up, and if you see us all kind of waiting for that final step, I'll keep you posted on that fire alarm because that will be the last bit to fall in. Fun here was over in the natatorium. They got the new bulkhead, which is quite the operation to pull out an existing bulkhead. So that took an entire team of guys and some cranes, and they bolted it all out and then slid the new one in and dropped that into place in the natatorium. The 6 elementaries, again, these are the ugly bond. They're getting system upgrades, technology, cameras, access controls, those types of things. Here you can see the GMP 15.4 million split 6 ways. We're getting into very small packages at this point. But we're going to focus those resources in the main hallways, try to give that facelift, that continuity, that culture to the campus, as well as those upgrades in the library, like we saw at McWhorter and Freeman and River Chase. Create those collaboration spaces that everybody can have access to, and then work on expanding that throughout the campus in a different type of package. But right now, we only have a very small amount of money to work with on these campuses. And there's the entryways going along. Over at the 4 middle schools, these are, again, systems packages, cameras, access controls, and some fine arts. What we're doing there is upgrading the storage, resetting some of the spaces. We found like that when there was additions or rooms moved around, other rooms weren't repaired properly. So again, some small fine arts work there as well. But again, these are very small packages on multiple campuses. So, but the one I need to give a shout out to is a team. I must say, we have the most incredible team of people. We could have literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in moving costs that the custodians have saved us while meeting all their other obligations. And they are on call 24/7. If we need to move over the weekend, they moved. But second to that is the teachers and the principals and the librarians that moved with us. Most of the librarians at the 6 elementary schools and the middle schools and the high school, have been in temporary living quarters since spring break. So they've set up temporary libraries for us, worked with us on technology, worked with us in this disruption so that we could get in there early so we could get this work finished. And there was no chance we would have done any of this stuff without everybody coming to the table. And so we're just so grateful for that opportunity from everybody. And with that, we're off to summertime.
Thank you, Mr. Mulrooney. Board members, do you have questions? Ms. Hatfield.
Can you provide an update to the board on the BOC and rescheduling the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So the BOC was scheduled to meet in, I'm trying. Yes, right. We've had so many meetings for the last week of school. So they were going to meet in May, and the number of members couldn't make it to that meeting, and plus we have our annual updates in September to the board. So the BOC has asked to reschedule that for July if everybody's schedule will work out, if not before the September meeting, and then they'll become their annual report to the board in September. That will also be part of that promises made, promises kept that we do. I always think of that as the receipt. We take every single item on the board scope, and if we say cameras, we show pictures of cameras. If we show collaboration spaces, we show collaboration spaces. So we will go campus by campus, item by item, with them and show that accountability for every dollar that we spent.
No other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Mulrooney. We appreciate the presentation. It is 11 minutes after 9, and I know I gave you guys a very, very brief break early on, and we've still got a couple of discussion items to go, but I think maybe we should go ahead and take a brief recess right now and give everybody a chance to stretch and take care of themselves. It's 9:12. We'll come back at 9:22. We are adjourned at 9:12.
Something in.
Jump into, yeah, but can we jump into our presentation quick?
Yes.
Because I don't. No, that is mine. I should have taken this, but I leave mine on the computer.
Got it.
But
I didn't know if I closed it, did I?
no. What? I just want to change. Which slides did you want to modify?
Are they made for, did I?
They're already going to pull the audio from YouTube. They're going to take that call. So I could test this.
Yellow. I'll put it right there. Light yellow? Light yellow.
Told you not to go too far.
You want this back? If you need it, great. If not, okay. So when is, it looks like you're gonna do another presentation.
That's under discussion with an action item.
Okay.
5.
This bond project?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right, so Dr. Chapman will probably, okay, then just to get it, okay, good. All right. Where do you go home? Yeah. Well, that was fast. Sure. He moved it away. Test, 1, 2, okay. 1. She's ready, she's on it. God, I only got 12 slides. I mean, come on, I got this. We got a hockey game. Whatever days. Yep. 8th and 9th.
You didn't?
Looks like there's 6.
Maybe they may have to reprogram or do something on their end for it.
Are you going to hold this up, or do you want me to?
Here,
Okay.
wherever you want, I'll have it there if you want to, great.
I know.
Thank you.
I call this meeting of Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees back to order at 9:23 p.m. And we will now turn to agenda item 6F, which is our House Bill 3 end-of-year board goals and preliminary spring STAAR results. So this is Dr. Patty Parker, our Director of Assessment and Accountability. Dr. Parker.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Dr. Chapman and members of the board. Tonight we are presenting our end-of-the-year update on our House Bill 3 board goals. When we take a look at this slide here, we see that our House Bill board goals were initially established during the 2019-20 school year. Grade 3 STAAR scores from the spring of 2019 and CCMR indicators from our class of the 2019 graduates were used to establish the baseline scores that you see here. Due to the impact of COVID and the interrupted instruction over the past 2 years, our board goals were revised in February of this last year. So we'll see here that our 5-year target for reading is going to go, the goal is to rise from 42% of our score that was at meets grade level in 2019 and increase to 46% by 2024, math to increase from 45% to 49%, and CCMR from 69% to 75%. Looking first at grade 3, the STAAR test has 3 passing standards: approaches grade level, meets grade level, and master's grade level. House Bill 3 targets the highest two scoring levels, meets grade level and master's grade level. On the grade 3 STAAR test, this represents students answering approximately 71 to 74% of the questions correctly. Here on the slide, we can see how the target scores increased from 2019 at 42%. We had the interrupted year of COVID-19 in 2020, in which there were no state tests given. 2021, when we returned to virtual as well as in-person instruction, the spring administration of the STAAR scores were at 36%. We used that in the area of reading to establish a 3 percentage point goal for 2022, increase another 3% the following year, and then another 3% in the area of reading. Below we see mathematics, starting with 45%. That was the meets grade level or above back in 2019. Our 2021 results at meets grade level was at 25%. We set a target of increasing at 8 percentage points to 33%, then 41%, and then 49%. With regard to our early childhood literacy, our district is currently on track. Preliminary STAAR scores for grade 3 reading indicate that 48% of our students earned meets grade level or above this past spring in grade 3. Gains were made across all student groups, indicated here in green. We highlight the scores in green to designate that either the goal was met for 2022 or that the scores were within 5 percentage points of meeting that year's targeted goal. Next, we have a year-over-year comparison of the projected proficiency levels at the meets grade level. These are for our grade 3 reading STAAR test. To the left is last year's scores, and to the right is this year's. The bars in gray represent our projected student performance levels based on the MAP testing that we give 3 times during the year, first in the fall, then in the winter, then in the spring. The last bar in red represents our end-of-year preliminary grade 3 reading STAAR scores at the meets grade level. The House Bill 3 target score that was revised back in February is also represented here along the top. In grade 3 reading, scores increased 12 percentage points from 36% in 2021 to 48% in 2022, surpassing the House Bill board goal that was reset at 39%. One thing to take into consideration when we look at this, because this is a new slide and a new graph in representing our year over year after COVID, is that these scores represent in the area of reading all tests taken in English as well as in Spanish. Looking now to grade 3 mathematics. Our preliminary STAAR scores for grade 3 also indicate that we are currently on track, with 45% of our students earning a meets grade level or above on the most recent administration of the STAAR test. With the exception of one student group, gains were made across all student populations. In the area of mathematics, students served by special education maintained the same performance level as they did in 2021. Scores highlighted in yellow here indicate that their performance was within 6 to 10 percentage points of meeting the board's targeted goal. Once again, we have a year-over-year comparison, this time in the area of grade 3 mathematics, side by side with last year's scores and this year's scores. Overall, our scores increased 20 percentage points from 25% last year in 2021 to 45% at the meets grade level, surpassing our House Bill board goal that was set at 33%. Along with grade 3, we also established House Bill 3 board goals for college career military readiness indicators. Originally, we had established our overall increase of 10 percentage points from 69% to 79%. Once again, this was based and created back in the 2019-20 school year based on our class of 2019 graduates. However, this past year, as we reviewed our PSAT and SAT data for our current 9th through 11th graders, in comparison to our prior cohorts, our CCR board goals were also reset in February of this year. By revising the end goal, the final House Bill 3 board goal for the class of 2024 to 75%, we are still seeking a 2 percentage point gain each year with an overall increase of 6 percentage points. We can also see here that the final goal of having our graduates, 75% of our graduates with a CCMR indicator, far out surpasses where they were in 2019. Our CCMR board goals are a little different than grade 3. Since these are based on students who graduated in the last prior school year, in other words, the kids that graduated last school year, the class of 2021, we do not currently have end-of-year results for these students, and we will not receive those results until TEA releases the final reports to us in August. We'll get some initial ones in June, but we'll get the final reports in August of this year. Subsequently, tonight what we're doing is sharing the third quarter progress for our class of 2022 recent graduates. Students can meet the CCMR indicator that we're tracking here through a variety of means. Through TSIA testing, which is most commonly done through the TSI 2.0 or AccuPlacer test, SAT scores, ACT scores, as well as AP exams. They can earn a CCMR indicator based on enrollment in on-ramps or for dual credit courses, as well as industry-based certifications. Based on our current projections, CCMR performance for our 2021 annual graduates is just a tad slightly off track. In this year-over-year comparison, the graduating class of 2021 is on the left and the class of 2022 is on the right. The target for our 2021 grads was established and reset at 69%, and our initial indicators show that we're approximately almost about 4 percentage points below this. For the class of 2022, their progress is trending very similar to the prior cohort. By the end of this May, 49 to 50% of our graduating seniors had met at least one CCMR indicator prior to crossing the stage. When we consider monitoring CCMR board goals and their progress, it's also important to recognize that many of these indicators are earned by our graduates are actually reported during the summer. Most of the CCMR data will be finalized by the end of June. We can see that the college prep completion, that data point will be finished, our on-ramps course completion, students that earned an associate's degree, especially those at the early college high school, our SPED with workforce readiness and advanced degrees, all of that data will be included and demonstrated. We'll be seeing that when we meet again and report on this in September. In July, our AP and IB exam scores will be released in the middle of July and towards the end of July, as well as our industry-based certifications. We'll receive some of those in August as well. So once we have those projections, we look forward to sharing that with everyone in September. And that concludes our presentation tonight on where we are on our House Bill board goals. Please know that we're very excited to be able to share this information with you this evening. We're also very excited with those who have already planned to meet with us to take a look at some additional data, a little bit more in depth. The scores that were released from the state, we got the first round on May the 17th, then on May the 23rd, and then just recently on May the 31st. So we're working to update these reports and be able to provide that information to you next week, scheduling those meetings through Dr. Dana West.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Thanks for the presentation. Board members, do you have questions, comments? Ms. Derrick.
I am so excited about third grade literacy. I mean,
yes,
yay.
Yes. So, these are students that COVID struck while they were in first grade.
Right. And we know how important reading is, and we know that by third grade, if we don't get these kids on level, it's a trajectory of challenge. And so for us to make gains, I mean, our teachers have done incredible things over this past year, and I hope they know how proud and thankful we are for them, because this is incredible.
This is a great celebration. I've got thinking in terms of the 5-That Drive and centering the work that was done in PLCs, selecting district common formative assessments that were based on essential standards, working 9 weeks with the campuses and looking at data and having the campus teams bring forward the data that they wanted to look at to move that work forward. It's been a tremendous, as well as the ESSER teachers. We can't discount the support and the small group instruction and the interventions that are occurring across our district. And this is just grade 3. There are other celebrations that we're going to be able to share with you guys coming soon.
And I think it's proof, though, that all the interventions combined worked, that it was a group effort. So I applaud the entire district for the work that they did. I mean, we didn't just make small gains, we made big gains. We surpassed some of our 2024 goals.
We did in the
I
area
mean,
of
we're going to
reading.
have to relook at the goals. How exciting is that?
Well, I'm just going to put it out there that
hang on.
I'll be cautiously optimistic. I will like to plug that this is the last year of STAAR as we know it.
That's right. Yeah.
This was the last administration. Our students that are taking December EOCs, that'll be the last time. We are going to move into what we're affectionately calling STAAR 2.0, where only 75% of that test can be multiple choice. Up to 25% of it will include various other types of sample, written responses, short responses, drag and drops, multi-choice, ranking, showing your work. Very much like what you're going to see in a classroom, and representative of a summative score in that regard. We're excited about that work and getting our teachers and our students ready. We've even begun to do it. We participated in the field testing back in February. So cautiously optimistic. Let's keep it. I think if we could
you
surpass
put your
that goal,
disclaimer on it.
yeah, let's keep surpassing that goal. We're aiming high.
That's awesome. Okay, so now CCMR, let's talk about that.
Yes.
So tell me, with the anticipated items coming in over the summer, how much of a gain is reasonable for us to expect?
A couple of percentage points.
Okay. So we're still going to be looking at being low.
It could maybe just a little lower than where we want it to be.
Okay.
And setting our target. I'm just going to go back to that slide. We see here that we did set our slide at 69% because we wanted to reset it back where we started in 2019. This group of students, our 2021, graduates, COVID hit, went right in the heart at that time where they were able to get ready for college, take some of those tests. They weren't even available for our students at all across the nation. We've added considerable efforts working with Joe Gillen's department and CCMR and their post-secondary readiness with the CCMR deans and the work behind that. We've also expanded our opportunities for our students to take the Accuplacer test, as well as building in making sure that our curriculum and some of their assessments match that so that we're hitting our students at college-ready level exams.
Okay, and we'll receive an update on that information in August?
In September.
September. Okay.
Yes. The state will release our final scores, release it on August the 15th, just enough time for us to be able to present this information in our September board meeting.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Bocek.
No question, just congrats, to the teachers. Y'all do hard work as well, but, the real hard work happens in the classroom. But, as we went through the year, Dr. Parker, I gotta tell you, I was on the edge on whether this was gonna happen, not through doubting our teachers, but just, with the tests and how we measure this. And so that's what I do want to point out, that the STAAR exam, which shows these results, is one test, one day, and does not reflect what really happens every day in our classrooms and probably what is our real success for so many kids. So one day, one test, it's great numbers, but I think these numbers would be so much better as far as just real practicality for our kids in the classroom. So kudos to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bocek. Anything from this side? Ms. Hatfield.
So I know Ms. Derrick talked about reading, but I'm going to echo the math.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you get kids in the classroom with manipulatives and teachers in front of them, right?
Because third grade math is also predictive of algebra.
It is.
And these students are behind the 8 ball because of COVID. And so for them to have that in-person instruction, to be getting that support, be on multiple choice questions with the manipulatives, with all of the things that our teachers do in small group instruction to ensure the highest quality of mathematics, this is a celebration because this will impact algebra. Just as critically as important as reading, and that's going to make a difference for our future. So kudos to the teachers, kudos to all of the efforts of supporting data-driven instruction and pushing all of that work forward, because it is evident that by knowing our kids by name and need, that we have results. So congratulations.
Any other comments or questions from board members? Dr. Parker, thank you for bringing us this good news tonight. And we, as you can tell, We are excited. I knew when we had, as you said, kids in the classroom that we'd start to make gains and we'd start to see those gains. And so I'm really pleased to see those beginning to show themselves tonight. So thanks for bringing us your report. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your support.
And thank you to everybody who played a part in this, if you're watching. Okay, let's move to agenda item 6G, which is board meeting planning. This is Dr. Chapman. I think you're going to talk about the third quarter report and board meeting discussion items and annual board agenda items. So, Dr. Chapman?
Yes,
you're
sir.
up.
If you, under your blue sheet, or purple sheet in front of you, there are 3 documents. The first one in the red folder is your quarterly report, the third quarterly report. And so as you know, in 2020, we developed the CV 2030 plan, and we provide you with a quarterly report. And so this is the third one of this year. Following that, there are 2 other documents in front of you. One is our annual board agenda items for the 22-23 school year, and I wanted you to have that in hand as we move forward into the next school year. And you've seen this document a number of times, and this is the discussion items for the 22-23 school year. And as we've talked about before, these are going to be the items that directly correlate with when either reports are due, we get results back, and they fall into a sequence on when we can have rich data for the board to see. Also note, as you approved the superintendent evaluation last month, a lot of these are going to fall right into those key indicators that you had listed or that you had approved during that. So we're going to list these throughout the entire year so that you'll have this instead of having a huge bulk of information during the evaluation. You're going to be able to see these, again, throughout the year through 12 months instead of at one time. So again, I wanted to provide this to you. These are, we wanted to also provide not just the month, not just the topic, but also the persons that will be presenting this. So you have Q3 report. That is a direct mirror of CV 2030. You have the annual board agenda items, and you have the annual discussion items and or reports that will go before the board during the all of next year.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chapman. Board members, do you have any questions regarding the documents that Dr. Chapman has provided? I'll look to this side of the dice this time. Okay. Dr. Chapman, thank you very much. I don't see any questions, so we will, I guess, move to agenda item number 7, which is our consent agenda. The consent agenda is a mechanism that the board uses to approve a number of routine items together with a single vote. In compliance with Texas Open Meetings Act, the public notice for this meeting includes the list of all consent agenda items, and the board has been provided ample information about these items in advance. Prior to any action taken on the consent agenda, board members may request withdrawal of individual items for clarification or discussion. Board members, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda at this time? Ms. Brady.
To remove 7AH and 7AI.
Okay. Give me just one moment.
They're the minutes from the meeting that I wasn't a board member at.
Oh, right. Okay, 7AA?
AH.
Oh, AH, okay.
And AI.
Okay, I have a motion. Excuse me. No, I'm sorry. Ms. Brady is asked to remove AH and AI from the consent agenda. Are there any other items? Oh, and is it HH? HH and II?
Are those AH and AI?
Are you talking about consider approved minutes from the Board of Trustees pre-meeting held May 5th?
Yes, those.
And from the regular meeting held May, so we have in my agenda that's HH and II. Go ahead, Ms. Hatfield.
In board book, it's listed as A. H
Uh-huh.
and AI.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Chapman, how should we just,
We'll just.
let's call it AH/HH?
Just do HH and II, and we can refer those to the minutes, and those will be recorded in the
Okay.
minutes for the next board meeting.
So, I'm sorry, we have a request from Ms. Brady to remove HH and II from the consent agenda. Are there any other items that need to be removed from the consent agenda? Dr. Chapman.
I just need to make a clarification, as was reported by Ms. Agueta during pre-meeting, is Q, and that is your workers' comp. We had in there where it would not exceed $175,000, but that new number is $178,250.
Okay. Any other items to be removed from the consent agenda? Okay. So if there are no other items to be removed, do I have a motion regarding the consent agenda as amended? Ms. Derrick?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of HH and II.
Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Derrick to approve the consent agenda with the removal of HH and II. Do I have a second? A second from Ms. Benavides. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please show by raising their hand. I see 7 hands in favor, so by a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the consent agenda as amended carries. So now we will move to item 8, or agenda number 8 on our agenda, which are items for discussion and or action. And we'll start with 8A, which are items removed from consent. We have 2 items removed from consent. The title of these items are HH and II. And Ms. Brady, do you want to explain why you've asked for those to be removed, just for the record again?
They are minutes to meetings that I was not a board member at.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion regarding these 2 items? Ms. Derrick?
I move that we approve HH and II as presented.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Derrick that we approve HH and II as presented. Is there a second? I see a second from Ms. Hatfield. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise their hand. Can you keep your hands up just for one more second? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so by a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions, the HH and II are passed. Okay, that brings us to item 8B, which is to consider approve recommendation of the facility naming committee for the multipurpose center. Mr. Mersch, this is you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to introduce the spokesperson for the facilities naming committee specific to the multipurpose center, and that's Mr. Luke Erlenbush, and he's been volunteering with CFB for the last 16 years, and he's volunteered in numerous capacities. Band Booster, PTA, doing announcing at the Standard Stadium, and his current volunteering endeavor as the chairperson for the Education Foundation. Mr. Erlenbush.
Good evening, Dr. Chapman, Dr. Black, and CFB ISD Board Trustees. Again, my name is Luke Erlenbush. Thank you, Mr. Marsh, for the wonderful introduction. I'm here tonight representing the CFB ISD Multipurpose Center Naming Committee. Per CFB ISD policy CW Local Naming Facilities, the CFB ISD School Board of Trustees initiated a new policy and process related to the naming of CFB ISD facilities. In March of 2022, the superintendent initiated the process of naming the CFB ISD Multipurpose Center per this policy by first selecting 11 members for the official Multipurpose Center Naming Committee, of which I am one of. This committee comprised of a good mix of local community leaders and parents, plus CFB ISD teachers and administrators. Then on April 1st of the same year, 2022, the district initiated the nomination submission process, which allowed the community at large, along with the CFB ISD staff, to submit their nominations for the naming of the multipurpose center. This nomination process closed on April 15, 2022, and through this process, 7 nomination forms were submitted for the nomination of 5 names for the MPC. Each of the nomination forms were then reviewed in detail by the members of the MPC naming committee, and discussions were made with equal consideration given to all of the names submitted. Through the process of multiple meetings and discussions, an official name was voted on and approved by the committee for submission to you tonight. Therefore, on behalf of the MPC Naming Committee, I submit to you our selection of the new name for the Multipurpose Center for your consideration and vote this evening. A name which the committee feels not only represents the final selection process, but also the overall purpose of the facility. That name is the Nancy Watton Technology and Events Center. I thank you for this opportunity to have taken part in this process, and I'm available to you for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Erlenbush. Board members, do you have questions, comments? Okay. Thank you very much. Do I have a motion regarding this recommendation? Ms. Derrick.
I move that we approve the naming of the multipurpose center Nancy Watton, as was recommended by the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Derrick. We have a motion.
Nancy Watton Technology and Events Center.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move that we approve the Nancy Watton
Technology and Events Center.
I'm like, is this written? Technology and an Events Center. Okay. Thank you.
So we have a motion from Ms. Derrick that we approve the recommendation that we name the building the Nancy Watton Technology and Events Center. Do I have a second? Ms. Brady seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Ms. Urbacek.
Mr. Erlenbush, thank you very much for presenting the information, and please pass along our thanks to the naming committee for reviewing and making, I'm sure it was a difficult, from all the names submitted, I think you said 5 for what was submitted, so I appreciate the efforts. And just for an update for the board, as part of the naming subcommittee, there were some recommendations back from the naming committee as part of the process, and we did meet again and review those items and some tweaks, and that'll be coming. I don't know when we're doing that, but some tweaks as far as, because since this was the first time that we did it, and seeing how that worked. So really the procedure, I guess, for it, modification. So that's that.
Any other discussion? Comments? Okay, Mr. Erlenbush, thank you for your service in the presentation, and Ms. Urbacek, thank you for your service on the subcommittee that put this. Who else was on that subcommittee? All right, so we don't want to forget them either, right? So thank you to you and to Mr. Ramos and Mr. Shackman for helping us with that. So if there is no further discussion, all those in favor, please show by raising their hand. Okay. Looks like by a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. Thank you. We'll move now to item 8C, which is to consider approve all matters related to the 22-23 compensation plan, including proposed compensation adjustments. So, Mr. Guerra, this is you.
Thank you, Dr. Black. The bright fluorescent yellow packet that you have in front of you is the full 22-23 compensation plan that we talked about earlier. So if you have any questions on it at this time, I'll take them.
Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Guerra? I'll give you a moment. Okay. Do we have a motion then regarding item 8C? Ms. Derrick?
I move that we approve item 8C as presented.
Have a motion from Ms. Derrick that we approve item 8C as presented. Is there a second? Second from Ms. Hatfield. Is there any discussion? All right. Seeing no one wishes to discuss this, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. Okay, by a vote of 7 votes in favor and 0 opposed, the item 8C carries. And we'll move now to item 8D, which is to consider approve appointment of board members to serve on district committees. Dr. Chapman, this is you.
Yes, sir. So there's 6 committees in front of you tonight that we're going to ask that the Board of Trustees would please join for the next year as an ex officio. Please note that the Safety and Security, or House Bill 11, does require the board president and 1 other member to serve. We started this a year ago, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to have a board member serve on these committees and then to be able to report back to the whole board on their experiences as we continue to move this work forward. So, you want me to do this, or you want to go through the...
Well, well, I guess I'll go ahead and do a motion, and then we'll do...
No, we got to see who's interested in each of these.
Okay. Well, why don't you carry on?
Sure. So, is anyone interested in the 2023 bond committee? Miss Derrick? Miss Derrick. Sorry about that. Ms. Herbachik? Anyone else interested? Yeah, I apologize. Okay. How about SHAC? Miss Derrick? Education Foundation. Ms. Benavides? Okay, for the safety and security, it does require Dr. Black and 1 other member.
Ms. Brady has her hand.
Ms. Brady? Okay, the DIC, District Site-Based Decision-Making Committee. I'm looking at 2. I don't care. Okay, you'll do the DIC? Okay, Ms. Hatfield will take on the DIC. And the last one will be Equity and Quality Task Force. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, what we will do is, now we have this, we will notify all the supervisors that are in charge, and we will give you the dates as soon as possible, and that will be this summer, so you'll have them for the entire year. Thank you so much.
So, Dr. Chapman, do we need to vote on this? Yes. Okay. So is there a motion regarding this agenda item?
Yes.
Ms. Derrick?
I will make the motion. Do you want me to repeat it, Dr. Chapman? Okay. Then I make a motion that we approve the appointment of board members to serve on district committees as was agreed upon.
And we have a motion from Ms. Derrick. Is there a second? Have a second from Ms. Benavides. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please show by raising your hand. And I see 7 hands raised, so by a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, item 8D carries. So we'll move now to agenda item 8E, which is to consider approve the Citizens Committee charge for the 2023 bond project. Dr. Chapman, this is you.
Yes, sir. As we've talked about for a while, we are now moving forward to have a deeper conversation about putting together a citizens committee and then to set the charge for the 2023 bond. And so tonight, if the board does agree to the charge, then we will provide you a form, which I will ask each board member to nominate an individual from the community to serve on this. I sent you the dates. You can also see the dates. There's a tan copy in front of you. And I know Malcolm's looking at me like, quit taking my thunder, so I better turn it over to Malcolm.
Thank you, Dr. Chapman, Dr. Black, members of the board. It's a great privilege to present to you, and this is a process, and it's a long journey, and a couple of months back we selected Huckabee through a qualification process as an architect to help us down this road, and that was the first step in that. So we're back here with a great team of folks with a diverse background. So first of all, Kerry is the Director of Educational Services, and she's been really guiding us through the visioning process, and we'll be working with Leslie Weaver as well as we go into this next step of the bond planning part of this. So it's very strategic steps as we go along. If we all see the tree analogy, these are the root documents. These set the foundation. This work that we're planning now only comes to light in 24, 25. Because we've got to get the bond planned, we've got to get the bond passed, then we've got to get to design, and we re-engage all the stakeholders, and the campus-specific information gets determined, and then we get to construction, then we get to see the fruit of our labor. So this is a long road. I'm really excited that we're taking it in strategic steps. Too many people try to rush this process. We're taking it at the right time. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Huckabee to show us the work we've done and the work that's coming to us.
Thank you, Malcolm. Good evening, Dr. Chapman, Dr. Black, and members of the board. It's our pleasure to be here tonight to present to you an update on the work that's been done to date and where the next steps will be as we continue on this path with y'all. So the first thing that we wanted to touch on is the 22 to 22 committee, the makeup of that group. We came to you in April and shared a lot of this information with you, but we're going to take a little deeper dive into where we are in the current status of things. So that committee was broken down into 4 different groups to focus on the different grade level arrangements, and had a charge to develop that longer range vision for facilities with culture, experience, and educational delivery sort of at the forefront. And then the deliverable was that long range, the recommendation to align the district facilities with that long range vision. So taking those kind of bricks and being able to hand those on to the next group to take that and develop the next steps in the process. And that group met in April and May, and we're here in June to provide you with a report. So looking at the makeup of the committee, there was a broad representation of campuses. We asked the committee members where they worked or where they had students, and so they brought those perspectives to the table and were able to contribute to the dialogue and discussion around what the facilities needed to look like for that long-term vision from those different perspectives. And so that was valuable and rich experience brought to the table in the discussion, and we relied on it greatly. And we also asked how long committee members had either worked or lived in the district, and that brought another great cross-section of representation from people who were very new to the district and those who had been in the district for quite some time. And so looking at the overall timeline and taking that deeper dive into where we are today, we're here at the June update to provide the report to y'all on the work of the 22 to 22 committee, and we demarked in the overall timeline the opportunity for action by y'all for the charge for the next committee. And then in the overall process, the work that we're focused on right now is we have completed the committee meetings for the 22 to 22 committee, and we will continue to build on that work. There's a relationship between the committee, the work that the committee has done with the research and information gathering, as well as that project development. So it's kind of a fluid piece, but the finite component that is completed are the 4 committee meetings that were a part of that process. And we shared with y'all in April that this process would involve a wide range of community engagement opportunities. And so we wanted to share with y'all that we have completed the visioning and the tours, and we're looking forward to transitioning into the master planning process to be able to start to build that work. So in sharing some feedback, insight, and guidance from the committee, we wanted to share the outcome of that process. But first, wanted to make sure that we reiterated the fact that the work of the committee was done in context with the guiding principles of the district. And so we worked with the Collaborative Vision 2030 document, and we worked with the 5-Vet Drive, and additional documentation, master planning work, design work, and educational specifications that had been developed at all grade levels. And so we used that work to guide and inform the work that the committee did. So it wasn't done in isolation. It was definitely informed by the work the district is already doing. And again, the charge of the committee was to look at the alignment of facilities to these documents. And so it was important for us to share this with the committee and make sure that the work we were doing was in line with that charge. So in those 4 meetings, We talked about a wide range of topics and kind of sliced the conversation in ways to provide opportunity for feedback and analysis and the outcomes, which I will share shortly. But in meeting one, we really talked about the future and the notion of thinking about what the 22nd century really means. It's a long time from now, and so it may not look like an iteration of what we have right now, but it might really be something out there, but to really think about how to bridge what the district is already doing with those really high bar goals that you'll have set for yourselves in this notion of chasing 22nd century learning. The meeting two, the different groups broke down and went on campus tours. And so the elementary, middle, and high school groups got to see campuses within the district that had already been renovated and campuses that had not, and to be able to look at how those spaces, both renovated and not renovated just yet, aligned or didn't align with the Collaborative Vision 2030 and those goals. And then the early childhood group went and toured the Jandruco Early Learning Academy, or Academy for Early Learners, in Mansfield ISD to look at a concept for early childhood. In meeting three, we looked at the rankings of the campuses that those groups toured, as well as all of the campuses in the district that were not on the tour list, to be able to look at that alignment to the Collaborative Vision 2030 document. So we looked at successes, we looked at some missed opportunities, and then we looked at really connecting the work of the vision and the strategic priorities to facilities themselves. And then in meeting four, we looked at defining, prioritizing, and finalizing their recommendations. And so this is just a slide to share what that looked like. We did a lot of work in large group as one committee. We did small group work in their grade level alignments. And then we also did the campus tours. So got out of the the multipurpose center that is no longer named the multipurpose center. We got out of those four walls and went out into campuses. And so it was a really great opportunity to work with the committee and to provide different ways to engage them in discussion and dialogue and feedback to develop the goals that they will share with the next group. And so part of that process was the ranking of campuses that were on the tour schedule in meeting two. And so this is that ranking document. Individuals of each of the groups provided rankings based on each of the 5 strategic priorities. And then those were summed, and then the groups were summed. And so that's what you have here are the averages of those small groups for the different grade levels. And so what you're seeing on the far right hand, well, what you're seeing in the color coding are the 5 strategic priorities and the rankings that they received for each of those. And then at the very right hand side, what you're seeing is sort of a 1 to 5 star representation of that average number for the pre-construction campuses that were toured that had not been renovated yet, and the post-construction campuses. And what you see in the last 2 rows are the 2 high schools that were on the tour schedule. What you can see is there was a lot of before and after photography and work that was shared with those community members, and so they were able to provide ranking alignment to the strategic priorities of the pre-construction facility as well as the post-construction facility. So you can see the differences between those 2 rankings. So what we asked the committee to do was develop some big picture goals similar to the 5-foot drive. It was like a sister document to the 5-foot drive that would guide decisions related to facilities. As much as the 5-foot drive teaching and learning decisions, these big idea goals would drive facility choices. And anything that would come up related to facilities would be filtered through this kind of document to make sure they're aligned with the strategic goals of the 22 committee. And so we took what they developed, each group developed 2 to 3 big goals, and we looked for consensus and alignment in vocabulary and clarity to develop those big ideas. And so what we developed was, dare I call it, the 3 cornerstones. That's just what comes to my mind, all the original corners in the circle, so I recognize that. But really what it represented was a commitment to students, a commitment to the community, and a commitment to teachers and educators. And so what we've done is represented the who in the very center of this work. And then in the second ring, what you have is the what. And so wanting there to be unique and experiential learning opportunities, but that doesn't necessarily relate just to students. It also relates to educators, and that's why we started to kind of spin the rings of this wheel, because each of these layers really apply to all three of those groups. It wasn't something that the committee felt this only applied to students and that only applied to educators and something else applied to the community. It really was something that kind of rose up in the language that they used, that they were committed to providing all of those things for all three of those stakeholders that were important to them. One thing that I'll note is the notion of engaging and accessible. In the notion, it came up in one of the small groups that Pride Lands is a really great community engagement opportunity, but sometimes the level of engagement isn't as high as it could be because there's not adequate parking really close. And so that's an example of a facility barrier that might be limiting the ways in which you're able to engage with your community. And so that example was brought up and echoed in a lot of other examples, but it was one very kind of small, tangible piece that helps to describe the role the built environment might play in your ability to achieve success related to something around community engagement. So then the next ring is looking at why. And so looking at wanting to champion choice for students and educators and the community, being able to amplify those voices that you have with occupants in your facility, wanting a sense of community pride. That was something that came out in the language, was wanting to make sure that if anyone drove up to a CFB facility, you knew it was a CFB facility. And so that was definitely echoed in the language. And then the next ring is kind of how. So through partnerships, through professional learning and collaboration, be able to achieve this, and then where. A variety of spaces, multifunctional spaces, so variety could be sizes, configurations, different things, but wanting lots of variety, and then it didn't have to be committed to indoors, it could be outdoors. And again, the spinning really applies to the commitment to indoor and outdoor space for students, the indoor and outdoor space for educators, and the indoor and outdoor space for community. And so really all of this applies to all three of those centric stakeholder groups that the group felt that every facility choice needed to be made that was made with those stakeholders in mind with fidelity. The second piece to the work that we asked for feedback from the committee was looking at facility-specific goals, not necessarily looking for what we would term as a project, but when we asked them about successes in alignment with the strategic priorities and missed opportunities, it gave us an opportunity to identify areas in which they felt dollars needed to be invested as a high priority. And so each group developed between 6 and 10 different goals, and then what we did was we did a gallery walk with the entire committee. So the small group developed their list, and they ranked their own, 1 to however many they had, and then we put all of them up on the board without the small group ranking, so they were all treated neutrally, and the entire committee voted on each of them, and they got a particular number of votes per category, and what we are sharing with you tonight are the top 4 that received the most votes for each of those groups. And so you can see here we have the early childhood space-specific goals, and we'll certainly share this with you in final documentation, but we have the 4 for elementary, we have the 4 for middle schools. And so there you can start to see outdoor, you can see teaching resources, a commitment to really asking the question around what does the educator need to be successful, multi-size, there's that variety, and then looking at community spaces in schools. So wanting to make sure it wasn't just community engagement in certain facets, but really looking for opportunities to bring the community into schools in ways that were appropriate for the district as well as the community that campus serves. And then the high school specific goals. So bringing it back to the charge of the committee, just want to come full circle in the notion that the work that the committee did was really working to find a way to develop goals, both big picture and kind of space-specific goals for the district to be able to align facilities with the strategic priorities and bring every campus into alignment. And one of the committee members said, when you look at the rankings and all of the renovated campuses are in the 4s, the district should really look at chasing the goal that every campus should be in the 4s. And so kind of championing the work that has already been done, and then really endorsing the commitment to continue that so that every campus, when ranked, is in the 4s. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie. Oh, yes.
So, as we go into these processes, we want to make sure we're taking steps along the way. So with the visioning part complete, there's one quick shout out I want to give. There was an unsung hero who coordinated all the meals, actually coordinated with the CTE folks to have the students cook for meeting 3, and they served a plated dinner for everybody for 65 plus guests. It was incredible at the multi-purpose, different name now, at the multi-purpose building. And so that's Jordan Mays, our admin assistant for the bond services. She really did an absolutely outstanding job. She also coordinated all the furniture. She had all our furniture vendors bring in demonstration furniture. So when we did small group collaboration, we did it on the furniture that's in our campuses. And some extra items, some demo stuff that we got to play with as well. So not only were we talking about collaborative learning and how to do small breakouts, and there was mushrooms and bean bags and movable bookshelves and you name it, they brought something out. And that was all thanks to Jordan and her effort to get those guys to the table. So big shout out to her. With that, though, is there any questions on the visioning component of this?
Questions from the board? I think we can move forward.
Fantastic.
Well, good evening. Thank you. In the spirit of showing appreciation, I want to thank all of the teachers and staff who participated in this committee. This is going to be very valuable information as we move into bond planning. Thank Malcolm for his leadership and our Huckabee team that kind of helped lead. We've got several staff members here tonight who were attending those meetings and helped facilitating. So, and thank you to the board for this great opportunity we have. Now we will head into bond planning, and I understand we now have a committee member. So we've got one. So here we go. So when we were here in April, we did share this roadmap to a 2023 bond with you. And like Carrie mentioned, here we are in June, giving our report to the board on the 22 to 22 committee. And tonight your action item is to consider a charge of the bond planning committee. And this is what the rest of the timeline will look like. We also had a question in April, do we have enough time to do this? Are we on track? We are absolutely right where we need to be. We're at the beginning of June, and we will plan to convene the bond planning committee starting, I think, September 1st is our first tentative meeting date, going through December, with the idea that they would bring a recommendation back to you, the Board of Trustees, in January for you to consider if you want to call a bond election for May or not. So this is the meeting schedule that we've kind of looked at. A minimum, I think, of 6 meetings to get everything covered. And we've got some time in there. If we need to add one, we can, if we get into the process and realize that they need more information to make a decision. But again, starting in September, with actually 3 meetings by the time you squeeze in that September 1st and September 29th and September, 1 in October, 1 in November, and 1 in December. During those meetings, we plan to cover everything from looking at your operational efficiency of your campuses to looking at things that have already been created, like the Turner Vision, taking the information gleaned from the 22 to 22 committee. It's going to be very important, and we're going to ask some of those teachers to come and present the information so that this bond committee can hear directly from them. Looking at maybe some potentially additional tours, and then, of course, diving into what some of their potential projects might be that they want to consider as a committee, looking at the cost of those, bringing in financial advisors to look at your bonding capacity, what can CFB ISD realistically afford, something that the taxpayers might be able to get behind, and ultimately prioritize all of those projects so when they come back to you, you kind of see how they were ranked. We also highly recommend doing a third-party survey. There's a lot of companies out there that do polling for this type of thing, and we think it can be really valuable information and help guide the committee in making a decision. So some of you might be wondering, especially if you're new board members, what your role is in all of this. So prior to calling an election, it's really an opportunity to observe the process, hear from your board member who will be serving on the committee. we'll have reports that will come back to the board, just kind of really listening and then helping to inform, based on that information, informing those that you know. And then after you call the election, election ethics laws do apply, meaning when you're in your official board member capacity, you are to share only facts. So you can educate the community on things that are in the bond. You just have to be really careful that you're doing it in only a factual way and not sharing your opinions about why this is good or why this is bad. That can be seen as political advocacy and is actually a violation. So other important dates, again, as you kind of look at the timeline, we would be bringing updates to you, just kind of like the update of the 22 to 22 committee tonight, so you kind of hear what they're studying and what they're thinking, with that recommendation tentatively scheduled to come back to you on January 5th. Then you would have the opportunity, if you needed additional workshops, to have those in January and February, and the deadline to call an election for May of 2023 is Friday, February 17th. So looking at your board schedule, you might consider calling at your regular board meeting on February 2nd or having a special called board meeting, as long as it's prior to that February 17th date. And then the election date is Saturday, May 6th. And I think this is a copy of the materials you have to consider making the charge. And I also heard Dr. Chapman mention, about you guys nominating someone. It's really important that this committee is a true cross-section of your entire school district. We want to make sure committee members look like your students. We want to make sure we have a variety of committee members that represent people who maybe have recently moved to CFB-ISD. We want people who have maybe been here for generations. We want people who have been students here, might even consider having a couple of high school students on the committee. As well as parents, non-parents, senior citizens. We really want to make sure that we've got lots of voices represented in this process. So please just keep that in mind as you're thinking about, someone to nominate. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I know it's kind of a lot of information for some of you that, might be the first time you've heard it. And Malcolm is right here, so I have a feeling he has something to say.
With that, Dr. Chapman, it would be the recommendation that we approve the charge as is presented and move forward with the selection of the committee, with the first meeting to be tentatively in September.
Questions from the board? Comments? Ms. Derrick?
I have a question about the survey that you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us a little bit more what that is?
Sure. What we would recommend is hiring a third-party polling firm who does political surveys that, and often what they're going to recommend is phone surveys. And I know for some of you, you might think that sounds antiquated, and you might even say, but I don't answer my phone. But it is actually the best way to reach potential voters. And what they do is they get a snapshot, right, in a day and time, to where they hear what are voters thinking, and they'll test kind of exactly what the ballot would say and how do they feel about it at that time, and then they'll go through kind of a mini education or a mini campaign, if you will, explaining what could be in the bond, what different projects are, how it may or may not affect the tax rate or their tax bill, and then they come back and kind of ask, now hearing more about it, how do you feel? That is our best recommendation. We've done some where we do it ourselves. I will tell you the challenge with that is we don't have as good of an opportunity of reaching your voters. What we'll get a lot of times is a lot of parent responses, which is fantastic, and we want to absolutely hear what parents have to say and their opinions. But a lot of times your voting public is much greater than just your parents.
Okay, and then my other question is about the Citizens Committee.
Mm-hmm.
How many total members are we imagining is going to be on that committee?
We would recommend inviting at least 60, hoping that maybe you get a committee of 45 or so.
Okay, I don't know if Dr. Chapman or Mr. Mulroney wants to speak to how are we soliciting the other members other than the 7 that the board is recommending?
Correct, and that form will be available on our website, and we will also be blasting it out through Parent Square and some other formats, so they can nominate themselves if they choose to, and then it'll go through a selections process after that.
And you might be asking building principals and...
Yeah. Right. And we'll also be reaching out through principals and PTA and everybody else that we can. Once the charge is clear, we'll be blasting that as far and wide as we can, because again, we want that complete cross-section. And that's where that number ranges. And we go up to 60 if we need to, because we want that representation. That's much more important to make sure that we get a great, I mean, we have land in 5 different jurisdictions and a whole multitude of things, so we need it, like we did even with our visioning committee, we're going to be looking at those numbers the whole way through to make sure that we get a cross-section for that committee.
Mr. Bocek?
You stole my question, but I'll go a step further. I want, is it, are we gonna, so the people who participated in the visioning committee, the invitation is open for them to participate in the citizens, the planning committee, right?
Yes, in 2 capacities.
Okay.
One is to serve as a committee member. We also have asked for volunteers for folks to come and share their story. So even if they cannot commit, a lot of these were teachers, a lot of these folks have other things going on, they may not be able to commit to the entire process. They will come and share with the committee what was the visioning about, what the tours, how they came up with the scoring, and share that information so that there's a continuity into the next step.
Okay. And for continuity, can we make sure, or I'd be interested in thoughts of others, can we make sure that our current bond oversight committee has an invitation and is, you know, kind of by default for continuity, if they so wish or desire or choose to participate on that citizens commit or that bond planning, whatever the official name is. Sorry, last time it was citizens, is it bond planning committee? I mean, you know what I mean. So that they're included for some, you know, continuity and history, you know, as we go through for this future, you know, whatever is happening. And then also on the application or nomination form, can we make sure, if it's not intended to be already, that the question, are you a CFB ISD resident, is part of that? Because while, you know, I've said before, the input from our staff and educators is a priority and is important, but this bond planning committee, you know, as part of it, really has the charge to take that and make it palatable, you know, to our voters, and only, you know, really our voters and our citizens that live in the district and that this will impact, you know, can have that perspective. So I want to make sure that's included for that.
Thank you, Mr. Bocek. Any other comments, questions? Okay, so do you mind rolling the slide back one? This is what we're being asked to consider, right? This,
yes,
this is the charge?
Yes, please.
Okay, could we just leave that up there?
And you have it in front of you too.
Okay. Right, in the 10. I'm just going to look up here. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for the information. There are no further, Ms. Derrick, go ahead.
I was going to make the motion.
Okay. Motion from Ms. Derrick.
I move that we approve the Citizens Committee charge for the 2023 bond project as presented.
We have a motion from Ms. Derrick that we approve the charge as presented. Is there a second? I see a second from Ms. Benavides. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please show by raising their hand. I see 7 hands raised, so by a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, item 8E is approved. Okay, that brings us to agenda item number 9, which is closed meeting as authorized under Texas Government Code, including but not limited to Section 551.071. Consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children, district employees, disciplinary matter or complaint, 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, 551.084, investigation. So we will go to item 9A, which is our Studer survey results. Audience members are welcome to remain in the boardroom as board members recess and move into room 4 for deliberations. The time is now 10:29 p.m.
Oh, well, thank you.
run out.
Look at me, I'm ready. If anybody doesn't know me, I'm 11:30 ready.
I don't need to ask. I just need to go straight to agenda item 10. No need to ask for a motion and sit in silence. We do. Okay. Oh. You know what? I handed you the thing, but I only handed you page 2. This is page 1 of the certified agenda. I'm sorry. I'm glad I noticed that. I would have. Okay, is everybody back in their seats?
Missing 2.
You got her? I was coming back. You've already failed your job. I was looking for some people that were leaving so I could hug them. Goodbye.
All right, we are back in session. The time is now 11:07 p.m. We are going to move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 10, comments from board members regarding posted agenda items. Board members, do any of you have comments you wish to make at this time regarding anything on tonight's posted agenda? Yes, ma'am.
I just
Ms.
wanted to
Benavides.
say thank you to all our teachers, and that I pray that they have plenty of rest and relaxation, and that they recharge. And I just can't say how grateful I am for everything that they do.
Hear, hear. Any other comments from board members? I would like to welcome again our 2 new board members. It's been a pleasure having you on either side of me tonight. Look forward to working with you over the next school year. All right. That brings us to agenda item. On my agenda here, we're skipping from agenda item 10 to 12. I guess that's a typo. So I think we're at agenda item 11, which is adjournment. We've reached the end of our agenda, and we are adjourned at 11:09 p.m.